grown-up things you can do is to make a will at mamabearlegalforms.com. See, being a grown-up isn't just about jobs and rent and splitting up the chores. It's about having a plan so the person you love is protected. And a will isn't about dying, it's about deciding. It puts your wishes in writing so no one has to guess. And judges don't have the final say. That's why I recommend Mama Bear Legal Forms. It's online, and they make it easy with no lawyers required. If you're serious about actually being an adult, take this step today. Go to mamabearlegalforms.com and use the promo code Ramsey to save 20% on your will. That's mamabearlegalforms.com, promo code Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed a bill that would have required transparency around school superintendents in the state. KTAR Shira Tanzer joins us now live in the newsroom with more on what that bill would have included. Technical difficulty there. We'll check in with Shira in just a moment.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Lawmakers in the city of Surprise say they were given no notice when the Department of Homeland Security purchased a warehouse in their city intended to house migrant detainees. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos that while not possible at the state level, federal agencies are able to override local zoning restrictions.
And I think the biggest problem with that is coming in and just kind of forcing your will on communities without any community input or buy-in.
She says there are still important questions like who exactly will be housed in that facility that have yet to be answered. You can hear that entire interview with the governor at KTAR's YouTube channel. Let's go back to the newsroom now in KTAR's Shira Tanzer with more on the governor's veto of a school bill today.
Yeah, Becky, House Bill 2075 would have required all public school districts to disclose superintendent and chief financial officer salaries as public records. In the veto letter, Hobbs explained the bill was denied because other school systems in the state are not held to the same standard of transparency, referencing Arizona's school choice environment and recent conversations regarding accountability in the school voucher program. State Superintendent Tom Horn said the bill being vetoed, quote, strips the education system of accountability. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories by going to KTAR.com/education. Members of the Trump administration are on their way to Islamabad, Pakistan for talks with Iran this weekend. Although Iran has said they've held off on strikes since the ceasefire began, they are warning that the ceasefire will not hold if Israel keeps attacking Lebanon. Meanwhile, President Trump is upset over the Strait of Hormuz, as only a handful of ships have been able to navigate it, and says reopening the strait was a key term of the ceasefire. Retired Lieutenant General Doug Lute and former U.S. Ambassador to NATO tells ABC News there's a lot of daylight between the two sides.
Progress this weekend would mean simply agreeing to continue to talk. The opening positions, the Iranian 10-point plan and the U.S. 15-point plan, have almost no overlap. So there's almost no common interest going into these talks, except for one, and that is I think both sides want to avoid escalation.
The Department of Transportation is addressing its air traffic controller staffing shortage by targeting an unexpected group.
If you're a gamer, you might want to consider a career in air traffic control. The Department of Transportation is targeting gamers with this ad, part of a new hiring campaign saying they have transferable abilities like high cognitive function, multitasking, spatial awareness, strategy, and problem solving. Former controllers say gaming helped them with on-the-job skills like thinking quickly, staying focused, and managing complexity. The hiring window opens on April 17th. Clara McMichael, ABC News.
Thousands of runners and walkers in the Valley this weekend for the 22nd annual Pats Run. Several past winners of the Tillman Scholarship also will be at this year's event. 2018 scholarship winner Natasha Ryan says she thought she lost out because her third and final interview turned crazy.
It just went off the rails. My kid was jumping on the trampoline in the background. They asked me to tell them a story about one of the medevacs I'd done. I started tearing up and I thought, man, this is really going south. They're not going to pick me.
Ryan served 4 combat deployments overseas, flies Black Hawk helicopters, and trains pilots. The 4.2-mile walk-run starts at 7:05 tomorrow morning at Mountain America Stadium in Tempe. Checking traffic now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's some spots to look out for. An accident on North 83rd Avenue and I-10 in Tolleson. In Phoenix at 48th Street and Southern. And in Glendale, one crash to watch out for. That is at 51st Avenue and Greenway Road. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight and start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any GLP medication or their signature RM3 program with no startup fee. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Today, partly cloudy skies continuing with a high of 93, 69 for the overnight low, and 88 tomorrow. Look at this. By Monday, chance of rain, 20%. Not even hitting 80 for a high. 78 is what we're expecting. It's 88 right now in Phoenix. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before. MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Yes. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. Final 2 o'clock hour of the week.
Oh, wow. Well, it's also first hour of the show. And I got to tell you, a lot of people call the first hour the best of the hours.
You, like a little nervous today? It's a big day, dude.
So, it's interesting you say that.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the return of the Artemis 2 spacecraft. Like, I think it's cool. I like the concept of being in space.
10 days.
Yeah, I was always fascinated by the Apollo stuff and the right stuff. You know, I like that.
Great pictures of the moon, great pictures of the Earth. You know, part of the moon we've never seen before. But today,
I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah, me too.
There's a little bit of fingers crossed. Let's really hope this last stage, the last few hours of this mission go well, because if I am to believe all of the experts out there, this is the most dangerous part of the entire 11 days.
All right, so it's re-entry, and we will plop down where? In the Strait of Hormuz?
They will not, certainly will not. How about in the Pacific Ocean just off San Diego?
Okay, because I don't want each astronaut to pay a $2 million fine at the toll bridge.
Yeah, that would be a lot.
So not the Strait.
No.
Good.
The concern is, and you know what, if you've watched any of these movies of the past, you get the idea that when the capsule is coming back, just like when the space shuttle would come back.
Yeah, remember, it's not a shuttle. It's a capsule.
This is a capsule, like the old school, Apollo stuff. This is not going to fly itself down. It's going to fall down. When it re-enters Earth's atmosphere, it generates a tremendous amount of heat, described as hot as the surface of the sun.
So I did a deep dive on this.
Well, thank God one of us did.
But I know you did too.
Oh,
so
okay.
my deep dive is going to go one-on-one with your deep dive.
Okay, let's see what
First of all, the capsule is going to hit Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour.
That's hustling.
Just like most of you are doing on the 202 and the 101.
25,000.
And you talked about the temperature.
Yeah.
That will create extreme heat of around, what? 5,000 degrees, closer to the summer in Arizona in June and July.
What we're expecting this year.
And so that's, you're dealing with 25,000 miles an hour coming in.
Yeah.
5,000 degrees. I mean, my gosh.
Yeah.
And so, it looks like the heat shield will burn away safely.
It's built, it's designed to deteriorate as it heats up.
Right.
Can I point out a problem?
It's called ablative protection.
Yeah.
You know what that means? I don't know either.
It disintegrates.
Oh, Mr. Smartpants, what do you already know?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Here's the issue. Okay. Artemis 1, the unmanned version that we tried a few years ago.
This is Artemis 2.
When it returned, they look at it, the heat shield had over 100 areas where it had burned outside of the safe parameters.
Wow. And we have 4 people in there now.
And they didn't change the heat shield. What they did was they said they're going to change the angle that it re-enters Earth's atmosphere with the hope, hope's not a strategy, NASA, with the hope that if it goes through the atmosphere quicker at a steeper angle, it won't be subjected to that amount of heat for that long.
If it comes straight down, I don't think that's the way they do it. How you land this thing safely, it doesn't come straight down. They said it does something like a skip re-entry where it kind of dips into the atmosphere, it pops out briefly, and then back in. And that's supposed to help the speed and improve the landing accuracy. But it's, I mean, if Artemis 1 had issues with the heat shield,
it did.
Artemis 2, same heat shield, what do? You come in, they're
change the angle.
Right.
Of attack.
Why did you change that? Why didn't you? I don't get why. Like,
when I heard him say it's the same heat shield, I went, "Well, that seems okay." I hope that's not a cost-saving move.
It can't be, because you can't have a mess like this on the stage on the world stage.
What's the old thing? We're 99.9% sure everything's going to be okay. We're not 100.
No.
I'm just saying there's no such thing. And I think it also reminds us that we've had high-profile tragedies in space flight.
Right.
Going back to the Apollo, we had 3 astronauts die on the launch pad. Obviously, we had the issues with Columbia and Challenger. Space flight is still incredibly dangerous. And the reason they're doing this, Artemis 2, like one of the big reasons we're doing it, is to find out where the weak parts of the capsule are, what works and what doesn't work.
Right.
Now, it's like being a test pilot, Gaydos. Would you sign up to be one of the 4 astronauts where they send you up and go, hey, let us know what doesn't work on this?
Yes, probably they said absolutely.
Yeah, I'd probably go too. But still, at least you're honest about the fact that we expect things not to go right. We don't expect catastrophic failure.
Right.
But there are going to be issues along the way.
So we've got the re-entry of Artemis 2. It's coming up today. We're going to carry it at 5.
Yeah. So it's expected, and these numbers, the times could change. Obviously, we're dealing with spaceflight. It's expected to splash down again in the Pacific, just off San Diego, 5:04 to 5:07 p.m. Phoenix time.
And the thing to watch that we're all going to be watching today, this is the first crew this is the first crew that is testing the re-entry system.
Somebody's got to do it.
All right. Here is Whit Johnson, ABC, explaining the re-entry.
Here we go, Whit.
First, the Orion spacecraft will separate from the module that's been powering it, revealing Orion's all-important heat shield that will protect the astronauts from the 5,000-degree heat that will be generated as Orion enters Earth's atmosphere at about 24,000 miles per hour. The intense heat will knock out all contact with mission control for about 6 minutes.
So 6 minutes, we will have no communication.
We don't know how they're doing inside.
As it's plummeting through the atmosphere and heating up. All right.
Then 2 sets of parachutes will deploy, ultimately slowing the spacecraft to about 20 miles per hour. And then about 13 minutes after re-entering the atmosphere and after traveling about 695,000 miles, the splashdown in the Pacific.
So what we look for are issues that go wrong. Heat shield damage, parachute issues, or you don't come in at the wrong angle.
Right. At the right angle, yeah.
Yeah, like you want to come in on an angle, certainly not, just downward, because it'll blow up.
Yeah, it could,
It won't be able to withstand the heat. But we're all going to watch it today, and we're all going to, the insane heat that they have to deal with. And to slow down perfectly, and then you've got to land gently in the ocean.
Yeah,
I mean,
plop yourself down.
It is a lot. It's a
lot
there.
And they go through. I heard and I apologize, I can't remember who was speaking. It was an Apollo astronaut speaking about the re-entry. Being strapped in that capsule as you're basically falling through Earth's atmosphere. And he said the entire ship is glowing. It is pulsing and vibrating because of the heat that you're feeling. And he said it was a little disconcerting the first time he did it.
So you got a recovery team that's waiting for the astronauts.
Yeah. Right away, the recovery team waiting in the water will race to the capsule and bring the astronauts to a nearby ship, the USS John P. Murtha, which has already traveled out to sea. Teams on board have been running drills preparing, led by Lieutenant Commander Jesse Wang, a doctor.
We do expect them to have some symptoms for being in space for 10 days, most commonly nausea, a little bit of vertigo or disequilibrium, as well as just being dehydrated, tired.
So far, the weather looks good for splashdown, this final historic test as American astronauts return home from the moon for the first time in more than 50 years.
So the re-entry procedure is expected to begin 4:53 Phoenix time, with splashdown 5:07 p.m. We are going to be carrying as much of that as we can live and keeping you updated. But if you're curious about when what we say is the real dangerous part of this mission, around 4:53, we're gonna find out. And I think a lot of people are excited and they're positive, but there's a little bit of nervousness.
Yeah, a little bit of nervousness. I think everything's going to be fine.
Yep.
I don't think that NASA sends 4 astronauts to the moon without a 99.9%, to be reasonable. But they know that if they enter the Earth's atmosphere at an angle, that should cut down on the heat. That didn't happen the last time.
Right.
So you learn from the first one.
You learn something.
Right. We'll learn stuff from the second one. We just don't want to learn anything big.
No.
We want them to come back, splash
let's
down.
learn little things like why the toilet didn't work for a little while.
Have them splash. Let's get them a few burgers or a steak dinner.
There you go.
Be okay.
All right. And they hang out in San Diego a little bit. Weather will be lovely, right?
It's wonderful.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has that for us. And coming up next, since the war began, 5 weeks ago? Is roughly what we're talking with? Have you stopped shopping or changed your buying habits? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
KTAR News Flash.
2:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A second arrest has been made in connection to the deadly Mill Avenue shooting of 22-year-old Jacob Jaime in Tempe late last month. Tempe police have announced that with assistance from the Houston Metro Police, Michael Bloodworth was arrested in Houston yesterday. Bloodworth was the second arrest in connection to this Tempe shooting. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking our temperatures today, 90 degrees in Tempe. We are heading for 93. Tomorrow, though, only 88 for a high. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. The latest government numbers show your prices jumped by a lot. We're going to go over it on a Money Monday. That's Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. And be sure you catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, don't forget Bob Dylan coming to Phoenix. If you would like to be there live at the Arizona Financial Theater on June 23rd, head over to the contest page at KTAR.com. Get yourself hooked up some tickets to see Bob Dylan June 23rd. All right. Since the war began, I think we're on 5 weeks-ish in that range. I think the question is, have you changed your spending habits?
Did you change your spending habits in March?
Yeah. Now, I'm going to guess some people might have been forced to change some of their spending habits because more of their income was going towards paying for gas. the difference in their weekly gas bill, for lack of better terms. I'm going to guess some people did that. But we're seeing some numbers that are a little on the shocking side. Things we haven't seen since 1952. Now, I cannot tell you what the economy was like in 1952 and why people had a low opinion of it, if you will. But consumer sentiment,
which is everything, by the way.
Yes.
It's everything, because if it's not high, we're not buying anything, and the economy starts to go into a spiral.
This is the confidence you have. It's a feeling. It's vibe. Call it whatever you want, right?
Yeah. And then it turns into real dollars.
It is at the lowest number it has been since 1952. Driven by rising energy prices, the impact of the war, and just rising costs everywhere. It's
horrible.
1952.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are so many things that are happening right now that are not good for America. And as I've called it, it's Trump's America Last policies. And, you know, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything on the president, but he's terrible. Tariffs have killed your wallet. $1,000 last year. We're going to get to the inflation numbers that are awful.
By the way, there was another article out today that said we probably will never see a penny back from the illegal tariffs that we paid.
Won't. No,
which I'm outraged over.
You should be outraged over it.
I want to know who I can sue.
We know that we've all been spending so much more on gasoline per week. That is an easy one. And I think that when you start spending money that's over $5 a gallon, you know, it's doubled basically. You're like, okay, I don't think I'm going to buy this off Amazon. Oh, and by the way, you have to pay a war tax on Amazon now.
Some of the shipping fees.
Am I going to go to the mall? Do I need a new shirt? I really don't need a new shirt. Would I like one? Sure. Do I need new shoes? I like buying shoes. Am I going to go do it? No. I think a lot of us are looking at this war and we're saying, yeah, I mean, it's the money that we're putting in our gas tank, and that's billions of dollars that could have gone into the American economy that we're buying in fuel.
It's only going to oil and gas companies.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
I mean they're the ones. Boy, they are benefiting from this. Don't get me wrong.
We're not.
We did have inflation go up month of March.
March was a disaster.
Not just energy cost, which, by the way, I did not know this.
Okay.
Gasoline, this is the national average. Remember, Arizona is
higher,
worse as a percentage than the national average. But national average, gas was up 21% in the last 5 weeks. And that's a lot of this, obviously, I think, because, like we said, if the price of lettuce went up 21%, people would be like, well, that sucks. I'm just not going to have a salad. But this is tough to get away from.
The issue is prices are already too high. And now we've got gasoline prices.
Yeah, they're not coming the other direction.
So the two stats that stuck out to me today, you already did the first one. Consumer confidence plummeted to its lowest level on record going back to 1952. Not good. Energy prices spiked due to the war in Iran, pushed inflation to the biggest increase in 4 years. 4 years. Because we know that Biden and inflation and COVID was a mess. Remember when inflation in Phoenix was 13%? I do. It's horrible. Now, we're not at 13% now. Thankfully, but it's like, you know, keep this war going and see what happens. Keep this war going, Mr. President, and watch nobody buy anything but gasoline. And watch the inflation continue to go up and people hunker down.
I had to Google it because, contrary to popular belief and your inappropriate jokes, I was not around in 1952. And I'm trying to understand what the Korean War was going on in 1952.
Okay.
Is there the parallel in there somewhere? We had just come out of World War II, and we kind of got back into a war in Korea. I'm just trying to think, like, why was consumer sentiment rock bottom in 1952, and why did we get back to it in 2026?
Well, I mean, I can't answer the question. I don't know. I know what's happening now.
It was rhetorical, sorry.
I know I didn't know what happened in 1952. I know exactly what's happening now. We know exactly what's happening now.
Yeah.
Okay. So if inflation, what did it do? What is it, 3.3%?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think it's going to be in April?
It's not going down.
No, it's not going to go down.
No, because there's not an end to this.
No.
Right now.
There isn't. A lot of people are asking this question. You asked it to me before the show. Who benefits most from a ceasefire?
Yeah, Iran or America?
It's the easiest answer in the world.
Really?
Yeah. We need to get out of this thing as soon as we possibly can.
Well, I think they know that. I think Iran knows that, which is why they keep putting more preconditions on.
Yeah.
They said they're not going to sit down with Vance,
right? Because
until Israel stops bombing Lebanon.
Well, and if Israel won't, then that's supposed to be part of the deal, from what I understand. And Israel, boy, I never thought I'd say this, man. Oh boy, Israel certainly doesn't look like our friend.
Yeah, well,
and that hurts me to say that.
It could very well be Vice President Vance sitting in a room alone negotiating with himself, because the Iranians say, we're not showing up until you guys do this, that, and the other. And I don't know if you have an argument to stop.
I just can't even believe I said that.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe because, yesterday we talked about the meeting in the Situation Room where Benjamin Netanyahu pitched war in Iran.
A PowerPoint presentation that Trump loved.
It's the same presentation, basically, that was given to every president before Trump.
And they all kicked him out of the White House.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they said, this is ridiculous.
And then it shows that Trump got dog-walked into this war by Netanyahu. And so, just bottom line, inflation up in March. Consumer confidence, worst it's been since 1952. Things are not good.
Dwight Eisenhower was president.
Things are not good out there.
Check the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And then coming up next, it's the 25th anniversary of one of the most insane murder cases in Arizona's history. Brianna Whitney, host of True Crime Arizona podcast and a true crime correspondent with Arizona Family, is going to join us next
to
talk about it.
Oh, my
Just
goodness.
nuts, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
All right, let's get a deal for you, all right? In tough times, let's get a deal for you. Acquazona, Connecticut says that if you have $26 a month, they're going to make your life great. Do you have $26 a month that you could set aside for Acquazona, Connecticut? And here's what you get. You get the same water system that is in my house, the one I've had for 20 years. It is the Connecticut K5 drinking water station. You can get it for $26 a month. There has never been a better deal at Acquazona, Connecticut. They know times are tough. You are going to get a superior water system for like $20 a month, 26 to be exact. What will it do for you? No more nasty chlorine taste or odor. Heavy metals and microplastics that you can't see that's in your water currently, gone. You can once again be confident in your water. $26 a month. Got to mention Gaydos. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837 pain.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Don't miss our free installation special. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends this month.
Warranty limitations apply.
The D-backs face off against the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays for a weekend series starting April 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Pretty much vanished. We didn't really have any idea where she had gone.
We're learning more now about how the Gila County Sheriff's Office solved a 3 decades-old missing persons case. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to explain.
13-year-old Christina Plant disappeared from Star Valley in 1994. Chief Deputy Jim Lottie says civilian investigators in the cold case unit found the now 45-year-old on social media.
And using social media, public records request, and then some law enforcement databases, we were able to track down who we believed may be this person living in another state now.
Plant told police she ran away and did not want to be found. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Artemis 2 astronauts are on track for a splashdown in the Pacific to close out their first voyage to the moon in more than half a century. The tension in Houston's mission control is mounting as the miles melt away between the 4 returning astronauts and Earth. The Orion capsule is expected to hit 32 times the speed of sound as it re-enters the atmosphere today. It's a blistering blur not seen since NASA's Apollo moonshots of the 60s and 70s. The recovery ship already is in position, awaiting the crew's arrival, along with military planes and helicopters.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Even though Governor Katie Hobbs is a staunch opponent to President Donald Trump's policies, she believes Arizona is instrumental in achieving his goals, and she's asking for his help in securing water that would help with that.
No other state can make that economic case, that national security case that Arizona can make on Colorado River water.
Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, Arizona is manufacturing missiles used in Iran. And in the winter, 90% of the country's leafy greens, which is fundamental to his Make America Healthy Again agenda, are grown right here. You can see the full interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. The Indian Housing Block Grant, funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, has awarded more than $200 million to tribal nations across Arizona. Those grant funds are distributed annually to assist in new affordable housing construction, as well as current housing operation and modernization. Nationally, tribal communities received more than $1.1 billion. Time to check the roads this afternoon. Let's go now to Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near University Drive. Phoenix again, crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Deer Valley Drive. Phoenix again, crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound, this time near Deer Valley Road. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry, offering medication management, therapy, and innovative treatments for depression, PTSD, and more. Go to revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Today's high temperature expected to hit 93 degrees. Will be partly cloudy throughout the day, clear tonight and a low of 69. And on Saturday, mostly sunny with our high only about 88 degrees. Right now in Chandler, it is 89 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you had a great weekend. We are going to talk economy and has the ceasefire held. It's all happening on the Mike Broomhead Show. Monday morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Appreciate you spending time with us on a Friday. I'm Bruce and Gaydos. This is Outspoken. And today is the 25th anniversary of one of the most bizarre murder cases in Arizona history.
I was here when the news came down of something dreadful in Scottsdale happening, and we all kind of looked at each other and said, that doesn't sound right. Right out of the gate. That doesn't sound right. And then what they found later, oh my goodness.
The case still remains somewhat unsolved. Police believe that a man, Robert William Fisher, cut a gas line in a house and lit a candle. The house exploded into flames, as you can imagine, and a woman and her 2 children were found inside, having been murdered before the fire started.
And he blew up the house to try and cover the crime, and he's never been seen again.
Still on the lam, right?
Never been seen again. One of the top, like the FBI's most wanted list. 25 years ago.
25 years ago. Today. Literally today was when the news broke. Joining us right now, she's the host of True Crime Arizona podcast and True Crime correspondent at Arizona Family and friend of the show, Brianna Whitney. Brianna, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Brianna, are they any closer to catching Robert Fisher today? And do police even have leads?
Do they think he's alive or dead?
Well, they differ on whether they believe he's alive or dead. It depends on which detective you talk to, whether it's the ones that are working on it now or the ones who were on the scene that day 25 years ago and were working on that investigation for many years. So that's part of kind of this intrigue, I think, with this case, is that any theory that anybody has could be possible just because there's not enough answers. I mean, the last known sighting of Robert Fisher, confirmed, was when he was on camera at the ATM getting $280 out before he completely vanished. And they believe that he killed his family, then cut that gas line, lit a candle. So it gave him like 8 to 10 hours ahead of police to escape before the house went up in flames. The thing is, though, tips in this case come in all the time. So much so that I would say in my entire career, this is the case that I get the most tips on consistently. Yes, of people believing that they may have seen him or something like that. And there's been some really credible tips over the years.
I always heard, Brianna, that he went into the wilderness and never came out.
Well, and they searched woods, and there was reports of areas he might be in.
Yeah, and when his car was found 10 days after the disappearance. It was found in the woods of Young, Arizona, which is north of here. Very small, quaint town. It's a place that he had camped a lot. His dog, Blue, was found alive. And that kind of detail right there with the dog, I think led people to believe that there was a good chance Robert was possibly still in the area alive.
Sure.
And so there's been countless searches in that area. I mean, I did a documentary on this case in 2022, and we went spelunking in the caves of that area to see, like, could somebody survive in these for a while? And the answer is yes. Those caves in the area are large, and they are a lot cooler than it is outside. So you think about, spring into summer, you could definitely survive in the caves. But they've been extensively searched, and most of the detectives do not believe he is in the caves, but there's still a possibility he's somewhere nearby, whether that's dead or alive.
I know that you recently, as part of your podcast, you spoke with one of those detectives, the lead detective on this case. Where is he on all this?
He thinks it could go either way, but he tends to lean towards Robert Fisher still being alive. And I look at that and I'm like, well, how? It's been 25 years, and where would he go? And, there's just so many ways to be identified these days. And he said, I really think that if he is alive, that he would have started over with a new family, completely new identity. And it would take, like, him having another family or other children, and those children doing like a genetic genealogy type thing, like Ancestry.com, to try and, identify if that's actually him. He believes that is possible. Part of this, too, that I always think about, Robert Fisher's pretty nondescript. And he kind of looks like any other guy that you would see out, but we all have that same image of him from the family portrait in our heads.
Oh, yeah.
And that was 25 years ago. So, that's not how he's going to look today. I think it's hard for people to reconcile, what would he exactly look like today? I don't think we really know.
He's about 65 today. Brianna Whitney's joining us, Arizona's family, talking about the 25th anniversary of the Robert Fisher murder. I mean, when you look at this, when the firefighters dug through the charred debris, the bodies of Mary Fisher, her two children, 12 and 10, Brittany and Bobby, he slashed the throats of his wife and his two children as they lay in their beds. His wife was shot in the back of the head. Such a gruesome, awful murder, and trying to blow the house up to cover it up. Have you talked to people who knew him, or maybe, the person that you were just talking to, the detective? What in the world could have been the motive for, like, all of this?
I mean, it's hard to have everybody agree on what they believe that is, because it's so outrageous and so horrific.
Yeah.
So violent. And this was a pretty, well-known family in Scottsdale, but like your average family went to church each weekend. I think, though, what people have settled on is that, and what I've heard throughout the years, whether it's from Robert's family or those who are very close to the Fishers, Robert was very affected by his parents getting a divorce when he was younger, and had often said that divorce was not on the table for him. And there had been some marital issues, alleged possible affairs on both ends, Robert and Mary, and that their marriage wasn't as perfect as maybe people on the outside saw. And so I think what people who were closest to them thought is that it was kind of a divorce is not an option for me. My children are not going to grow up in a divorced household.
Wow.
So if I'm not happy and I can't have this marriage and this family, then I'm gonna make sure that doesn't exist like that.
Gosh.
And that's how I think people have settled on. It's hard to obviously understand that and believe that for the normal person, but that seems to be, by and large, more of the possible motive that I've heard from several different people.
Brianna, really appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. And we love watching the show, love all the true crime stuff you're doing.
Awesome.
Keep it up, please.
Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
That's the host of True Crime Arizona podcast and True Crime correspondent for Arizona's Family. That's Brianna Whitney, doing a great job with that.
Yeah, like the prevailing theories is different identity and living in a different country, or maybe even this one.
Even this one, yeah.
As I said, he walked into the woods and that's where he is. Maybe he killed himself.
Body somewhere.
Or still on the run. You know, he's alive somewhere.
And they're still getting tips to this day. And police believe the 25th anniversary, us talking about it, Brianna talking about it, might lead to more tips.
I just remember when it happened, and everybody in the newsroom here said a house in Scottsdale was blown up.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
No, that's not normal.
What's behind that? And then obviously we found out.
Yeah. Quick check of the headlines. Hall of Famer Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, are you tipping less these days? And is it because of the war? We'll talk about that. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, hire the best Arizona painting company. Hire the best painting company, I should say, in Arizona. That's the Arizona Painting Company. So this time of year, beautiful weather. This time of year, you're kind of getting ready for summer. And there's one thing you got to do. If you haven't had your house painted in a while, if you've moved into a home and been there for a while and you're like, we got to get this thing painted. It looks tired. You know, the paint has faded. We're starting to see the stucco. Call the Arizona Painting Company. These guys know Arizona homes. These guys know Arizona weather. And they're going to make sure that the coat of paint that they use, specifically formulated for the hot desert climate, will protect your exterior and last. Okay? It is a fresh coat of paint on your home to boost your curb appeal, but it also will protect your home from the sun damage and the heat. Listen, get a big discount by texting PAINT to 620-620 and hire the Arizona Painting Company.
War with Iran.
In a time of war, a notable shift in American civic duty. By December, the U.S. will roll out a system that automatically registers men ages 18 to 25 for the military draft. The change, nothing to do with the war in Iran, was signed into law last year, aimed at streamlining a decades-old process that previously required young men to manually sign up.
KTAR is covering the Iran war on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3 FM.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, Maricopa County's Department of Public Health confirms the first heat-related death of the 2026 season. This individual was an older male. No other details have been released yet. Health officials remind you to stay hydrated, dress for the heat, check on others, and learn the signs of heat-related illnesses. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or go to the KTAR News app. Today's high expected to be around 93 degrees with a few clouds, clear and 69 tonight, and then 88 for the high tomorrow. Right now, checking the temperature in Maricopa. It's 93. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. The Gila County Cold Case Unit cracked a 3-decade cold case thanks to social media. Find out how it all went down tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch Becky Lynn and me on the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
You know, we've been talking, I think, a lot about tipping culture and kind of how it's gotten out of hand. The idea that we are tipping for things that we never used to have to tip for. It wasn't even an expectation.
Let me give you a quick,
please,
a quick example. You noticed yesterday I was on my phone towards the end of the show. I was trying to order dinner for my wife and I.
You were doing takeout?
Yeah, we were doing takeout. So it was like a new website. So I went there, right? Mm-hmm. Picked out what my wife wanted. I picked out what I wanted. Very good website. Good food, right? Good. And then at the end, it had already added in a tip.
It automatically added a tip.
Now remember, I'm just going to pick up the food.
Right.
So you can...
Who are you tipping?
No, I'm not tipping anybody.
But no, my point is...
I don't know who I'm tipping.
Am I tipping the chef?
They already added the tip in, and you have to look at it really careful. Right. And so you click other and put a 0 in.
Oh, yeah. So you have to opt out of tipping.
Exactly.
Oh, those sneaky,
And I've noticed that from a lot of... If I order online, you can opt out of the tipping. No one needs to tip. I don't need to tip anybody if I'm going... Parking my car, getting out of my car, nobody's bringing me my food. I'm going into the restaurant. I'm taking the food. I'm not tipping.
Who am I tipping? Who's the tip for?
Right.
It's just you're just charging more.
Yeah, it was like $7 or something. I'm like, no.
I got to tell you, I still get guilted into it sometimes.
Don't do it.
I know. I still feel like when you're standing there and they're like looking at you and they do the little thing, and I'm like, oh god.
No, I'm fine.
But I don't know if it's because we've reached the tipping point. On tipping. Thank you very much. Here for the rest of the show. Or is it driven by the economy? Are people tipping less? Because guess what? They are. We are tipping less almost across the board. 80% of people, in a new study from the people that do studies, 80% said modern tipping practices are ridiculous, and 44% say they're tipping less than they did last year across the board.
I think food prices are ridiculous, and I think that when people look at it and you're like, wow, I'm paying that for what I'm going to get, I don't know, maybe part of it is I'll tip less, but I'm just not comfortable with it.
Can I tell you the thing that stuck in my head? We had a story a couple of weeks ago about a guy who made an argument about tipping.
Okay.
If you and I go to the same restaurant and you order a juicy steak with all the toppings, and your steak is $60.
Okay.
And I order off the kids menu and I get the nugs.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
Should we be tipping the same?
Well, my price is different than your price.
Why?
Because the steak is more expensive than nugs.
But you're tipping for the service.
Okay.
What was the difference from the person walking from the kitchen to your table, one with a plate of nugs and one with a steak, and setting it down and saying, can I get you anything?
Because the waiter or waitress carried a very more expensive plate to my side of the table.
I think we had a flat fee for tipping.
Interesting.
Flat fee.
So
I'm tipping for the service, not for the not a percentage of what I ordered.
Some people tipping less over the last month because of the war?
Yeah, I think that's got to be, or economy in general.
You're putting all your money in your gas tank.
Less for tip.
Maybe this. I used to tip 25%. I used to tip 20%. But you know what? Can't afford that right now, but I'll go back to 15%.
Ooh. Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
I can't do that math, so I can't.
Yeah,
Coming up next.
That's really a problem.
Okay, there's calculators involved. Why did a Phoenix police officer ask to get assaulted? That story and a guest to speak on it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, maybe you've noticed this in the area where you'd like to live. There are a lot of for sale signs, and maybe they've been up for a couple months. And you're like, I wonder when that house is going to sell. I wonder when that house is going to sell. Gosh, that's a nice area. I wonder what that house is worth. Here's what you should do. Call the Lund Mortgage team, 623-875-9940. Call Matt, call Lisa. They're going to take great care of you. Family owned and operated. They love taking care of Arizonans. If homes are, taking a little while to sell, this is good for you because you want a home. And so that price is going to start going down. When homeowners put their home up for sale, they want to move it. They want to move it. They want to move somewhere else. They want to get a deal here, but they're starting to lower the prices for you to buy the home. So all you have to do is get pre-approved for a mortgage through the Lund Mortgage team. That doesn't mean you're automatically buying a house. All it means is your paperwork is ready and you can go and look and see what is affordable. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com. Tell them Gaydos sent you.
All right, folks. As we approach Liberty Island, you'll see the iconic Statue of Liberty, standing tall at over 300 feet. The torch in her hand symbolizes a beacon of hope that's held up by her very wavy arm.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay, or avastin-capsid pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. It's proven to slow GA progression and could preserve your remaining vision for longer, so you can keep seeing the world around you. Don't take Izervay if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't wait for your vision changes to progress. Ask your retina specialist about Izervay today. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed a bill that would have required transparency around school superintendents in the state. KTAR Shira Tanzer joins us from the newsroom with more on what that bill would have included.
Yeah, Becky, House Bill 2075 would have required all public school districts to disclose superintendent and chief financial officer salaries as public records. In the veto letter, Hobbs explained the bill was denied because other school systems in the state are not held to the same standard of transparency, referencing Arizona's school choice environment and recent conversations regarding accountability in the school voucher program. State Superintendent Tom Horn said the bill being vetoed, quote, strips the education system of accountability. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solution stories by going to ktar.com/education. The U.S. and Iran will be in ceasefire talks this weekend, hosted by Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to take part. But as ABC's Stephen Portnoy tells us, the Trump administration appears prepared for no deal.
The president also told the New York Post the U.S. has a bit of a reset going, that the military is now loading up its ships with what he called the best ammunition. And he said, if we don't have a deal, we will be using them, and we will be using them very effectively. So clearly the president is positioning himself for the possibility of a negative outcome here.
The countdown for the return of Artemis 2 is on. The 685,000-mile journey coming to a close in just a few hours, putting this 10-day mission around the moon, also known as a lunar flyby, in the history books. With splashdown scheduled for 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time today, there is quite a bit to do. NASA's Program Director of Exploration for Ground Systems, Sean Quinn, explains what the 4 crew members are doing to re-enter Earth.
After they splash down, our Exploration Ground Systems recovery crew, in partnership with the Navy, will get them out of the capsule. Our goal is to have them back on the ship about 2 hours after splashdown or less.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Efforts by the Department of Homeland Security to convert warehouses in Arizona and across the country into migrant detention facilities continues to face backlash. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos that she shares the concerns of Surprise residents about the more than 400,000 square foot facility recently purchased in their city by DHS.
Infrastructure concerns. I mean, this is a warehouse. I don't know how many toilets are in a warehouse, but you need a lot of toilets if you're housing the thousands of people they're saying they're going to house.
She says there are very limited options for state government to intervene. Hear that entire interview on KTAR's YouTube channel. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's April 10th, and back on this day in 1912, the Titanic set sail for its first and only journey. Following her launch in front of a crowd of around 100,000 spectators, Titanic began her maiden journey, first gathering the passengers, sailing, and even migrating to America. But as we all know, it was a voyage that would end in disaster. Carrying 2,229 passengers and crew, it was 4 days later when the Titanic would get 7 warnings about icebergs that would never make it to the bridge. At 2:20 a.m. on April 15th, the Titanic sank to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. Countless renditions and analysis of the Titanic disaster transformed the ship into a cultural icon. In addition to being the subject of numerous books, classroom topics, the ship inspired various movies, notably James Cameron's blockbuster Titanic, released in 1997.
I'll never let go.
And it's all because the Titanic set sail for its maiden voyage, and it happened back on this day in 1912.
Let's check traffic now and get you home for this Friday ride. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Avondale Boulevard. Phoenix with a crash blocking the HOV and left-hand lanes on the I-17 northbound near Dunlap Avenue. A quick look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Hardy Drive and Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight and start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any GLP-1 medication or their signature RM3 program with no startup fee. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy day still with us, but tonight we should be clear. See a low temp overnight of 69 degrees. For tomorrow, mostly sunny and 88. And cooling off over the weekend, 85 on Sunday, maybe not even 80 by Monday. About 78 is what we're expecting with a 20% chance of some showers. Right now in Paradise Valley, 89 degrees. Cloudy skies, bright opportunities with C Homes First. Get early access 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at chomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people call hour number 2 the best of the hours. You might remember yesterday we had a conversation about a story that's been making the rounds. I'll do a quick recap of it, okay? The story goes that there was a anti-ICE student walkout type protest at Hamilton High in Chandler. During that protest, an off-duty Phoenix police officer showed up wearing like a mask and a hat, and with his with a firearm, with his pistol on his hip. And according to Chandler police who were there, told them that he was in some way, shape, or form trying to incite the crowd to assault him so he could get it on tape and they would get arrested. That's kind of the basis of this, okay? There's a lot of he said, she said. You can get into it. And joining us right now in studio is Chandler Council Member O.D. Harris. Mr. Harris, thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be here in studio.
Did I set it up right?
You set it up right,
okay.
Except that we forgot to say that the man was loaded with a loaded gun with 2 magazines.
Okay.
He was ready for action.
He was
at a kids' protest. A kids' protest.
So how do we know that he was there to instigate and to try and set off one of the kids and have them
try to get someone to assault him,
aggressively hurt him? How do we know that?
It's in the police report. Everyone just read the police report, and listen to this show, because clearly this man had intentions. I mean, think about this. Your child is there with your permission to protest. Hey, we don't like what's going on in our our government. We want to exercise our First Amendment right. Here comes an agitator whose goal is to literally undermine, to create malice, entrapment. Literally a manufactured chaos, and he came to my city to manufacture chaos to get these kids to respond and get them all riled up and get them going, so that way he can have them all arrested according to what law enforcement said.
Did he tell the Chandler police that's what he was there to do?
100%.
So he verbalized that to them. I'm here to be a total pill, and I'm here to get somebody to assault me because I'm on the other side of this argument.
He's 100% going there to do that, and he was explaining it to the law enforcement officer. Now, we know that this officer is super weak. He makes over $300,000 a year. He's a sergeant, so he's an experienced peace officer.
Yeah.
A 15-year-old girl who became agitated threw a water towards him, and a few splashes landed on his actual self.
Okay.
And he pressed charges on this 15-year-old girl.
He did.
He traumatized this young lady, and guess what? From Phoenix to Germany, he actually found out who the officer was because he pressed charges.
Oh, that's why his name came out, because we didn't know.
Yeah.
There's video of this where he's speaking with Chandler PD, like you said. He's literally, it looked to me like Chandler PD approached him and said, dude, what are you doing here?
Chandler police said, dude, what are you doing here?
Okay.
Go somewhere else, man.
They were telling him to go across the street or something.
It literally over 30 minutes. Over 30 minutes to get this guy to comply. And he kept saying, I have friends coming with rifles.
Jeez.
More rifles, more friends coming to this place. He literally was here to incite. And that's why I'm asking for his immediate firing. And I am also asking the city council to ban him from the city of Chandler. And I'm asking every school to ban him from coming on any property within our premises. And I'm actually pushing for a citywide ban so this law enforcement officer cannot come to the city of Chandler and cause chaos again.
Do we know if he lives in Chandler?
Hey, you know what? They keep their records. So listen, you might get kicked out. I'm serving him an eviction notice. You are evicted. You're evicted. I'm the councilman. You're evicted.
I'm just trying to find out more about, his motivation appeared to be not good, to say the least.
Malice.
100%. He wanted. Can you imagine? You got a grown man who's a trained peace officer who's there to actually. His job is to keep the peace. What are they training? I'm asking that Phoenix Council. Why don't they put this item on the agenda and let every resident from the city of Chandler that he terrorized, all those kids he terrorized, and have them come and testify and talk about how he should not be wearing a badge because he's a disgrace to the badge. He needs to be plucked out.
All right. We got O.D. Harris, Chandler council member. Fits perfectly on Outspoken with the name of the show. Bruce and Gaydos talking about this Phoenix police officer who headed over to a protest, anti-ICE, there were high school kids there, and he wanted to be an agitator.
Is it Hamilton High?
Hamilton High.
In Chandler,
Have you called the Phoenix police chief on this?
Interesting enough, the Phoenix police chief live in Chandler.
Oh, man. All right.
Good news, bad news.
All right, I got a second question.
Good news, bad news.
Did you drive over to his house and walk over him about this?
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
It's your councilman, O.D. Harris.
Right.
Wow.
So any talk with any of the Phoenix police about this?
No, I haven't. I know that he's under investigation right now, and I know that they're going through their professional standards and review. But, geez, how long does this take to figure this out?
Right.
We got a whole city with a councilman who's saying he should be fired, he should be over, and yet they're still investigating.
You know that area better than I do, obviously, in and around Hamilton. It looked to me like the protest was not on school grounds, but maybe out front of the school. Is that fair?
It was across the street.
So
as you know, Arizona Avenue is technically a state highway.
Okay.
So they went across the street to do the protest so that way they can see the school, but also it's within the 1,000 square feet.
Okay, I was going to ask. There's a 1,000-foot rule.
Yeah,
it's against federal law to bring a firearm within 1,000 feet of a school. So he was just outside the 1,000 feet.
No. He was not outside the 1,000. depending on where they're counting the 1,000 feet beginning point.
Okay.
So he was.
Because I'm just going by federal law. The Gun-Free School Zone Act prohibits individuals from knowingly possessing a firearm in a school zone defined as the grounds of a public, parochial, or private school and the area within 1,000 feet of those grounds.
He definitely was within 1,000 feet of the ground. So
he could be in violation of federal law by bringing a gun to a school.
That's correct. That's correct.
Because he was off duty. He wasn't an on-duty police officer.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's not an issue with bringing a gun and having a firearm on you, but the issue is if he was on what I guess we deem as school grounds.
Right.
Or within 1,000 feet. A school resource officer obviously can carry a firearm. They're on duty doing it. Yeah.
Well, I'm asking for an immediate investigation. I know that we've had a chance to take a look and we've been talking to the officer, but I'm asking for an immediate investigation on was this officer within that period, within that feet, and what is it exactly defined? And I'm asking for an immediate investigation on was he disorderly or not? Because that is the next question that everyone's been asking me. Hey, is this disorderly conduct? And you know the statute for that says that if you're interfering with something that is peaceful, respectful, you can be in violation of disorderly conduct. So I want to know, was he really in disorderly conduct? Did he conduct himself accordingly? But obviously he had more rifles coming, so I don't know.
Councilman Harris, have you talked with Chandler PD about this? Because it seems like they've been put, I'm going to call it a little bit of a tough position, but they're in the middle of this, for lack of better terms. They were there, and by all accounts, they behaved professionally and perfectly. There's no issues with Chandler PD, but they were the ones, I use the term negotiating with this guy.
Chandler has had protests in our city for the past 6 years, from Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, COVID, all these different things has happened. We've never had anything like this. Chandler PD did a good job in de-escalating. Now the question is, how long does it take? I mean, they were in a full-on negotiation for longer than 30 minutes, asking this guy to leave. And he who wore the badge should have been like, you know what, I understand, I'm rallying up, I'm creating this non-peace factor, but he stayed there no matter what.
Well, I think of like just respect between police officers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like another police officer goes, dude, you're come on.
Yeah.
You're killing us here.
What did he think that the other Chandler cops were going to be, hey, that's a great idea. Why don't you go and meddle around in there?
Well,
making their job harder.
Well, I mean, clearly he was worried about a water coming on his thing from a 15-year-old girl. Can you imagine? Very weak, weakling type guy. Like, what dude? Like water splashing on your. I'm pressing charges. He pressed charges for assault. Man, what kind of men are they raising over there in Phoenix?
To her credit, Rachel Mitchell declined to press charges. They're not going to press charges. They will not pursue a case against a 15-year-old girl who splashed water.
They need to put that guy back through training camp. Come on. He's trained to carry a firearm. Get out of here. Give me a break.
I think I could talk to OD all day.
We might just have him back for other topics.
You know what? I'm going to do it.
All right.
What do you think of the war in Iran? I actually want to know. What do you think?
Oh, man.
I'm interested.
Is there a Trump deranged syndrome going on?
Do you have Trump deranged syndrome?
I think I do.
Did you have it before the war?
I have it now, right now. I don't think anything I say is going to make Wendy Rogers think any different.
Fair enough. That is Chandler Council Member O.D. Harris. Appreciate having you in here, and we're concerned, and we want to know how this case moves forward. Please keep us in the loop, because I think there are some serious questions, and there are questions about a Phoenix police officer acting like this. It gets to judgment. It gets to their temperament, their attitude, and should this person be patrolling the streets of Phoenix?
Well, he's definitely going to be banned from the city of Chandler. I will work to actively have him banned from the city of Chandler. It will be the first time in history we've actually banned somebody. Like, I don't even know. Listen, I'm going to go for it. You're banned, buddy. You're banned. Don't you come.
Get kicked out of Chandler, Arizona. That is something else.
Kicked out of Chandler.
O.D. Harris, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, brother.
And for the levity, if nothing else. Check the headlines on the way. Coming up next, it's the Stream Team, what you should or shouldn't be watching this weekend. We'll share it with you. Coming up next on Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, folks. As we approach Liberty Island, you'll see the iconic Statue of Liberty, standing tall at over 300 feet. The torch in her hand symbolizes a beacon of hope that's held up by her very wavy arm.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. It's proven to slow GA progression and could preserve your remaining vision for longer, so you can keep seeing the world around you. Don't take Izervay if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't wait for your vision changes to progress. Ask your retina specialist about Izervay today. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A second arrest has been made in connection to the deadly Mill Avenue shooting of 22-year-old Jacob Jaime late last month. Tempe police announced that with assistance from the Houston Metro Police, 21-year-old Michael Bloodworth was arrested in Houston yesterday and charged with second-degree murder, among other charges. The investigation into that shooting is ongoing. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check on the ride this afternoon. Here is Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Saravale Avenue. Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Avondale Boulevard. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 58th Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're expecting our high temperatures over the weekend to only be in the 80s, and by Monday, maybe not even 80, right around 78, and we could even see a shower. In Phoenix right now, it's 90 degrees. Cloudy skies, bright opportunities with Seahomes First. Get early access 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seahomesfirst.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Was the Masters exciting? Is the NFL in the crosshairs of the DOJ? And could the Suns make the playoffs by having to play first? You know what? We'll find out. Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
I think we need more OD in our life.
OD.
OD Harris.
On fire.
My man. Okay.
All right, if you missed it, we'll get a little bit of that later because that was awesome.
That was something else.
Yeah, it
hey,
was.
Time for the stream team. What we've been watching, maybe suggesting you should be streaming, or maybe you shouldn't be streaming. I don't know. Take it that way. Hey, I'm going to start off with something. It is a Netflix documentary. Stop me if you've heard me say that before. But this one is really interesting. Did you watch the TV show Succession on HBO? Do you have any? I think a lot of people watched it. I've heard
it's great.
And it won a bunch of awards. And I remember watching it going, you know, I think this is based on the Murdoch family, the guy that owns Fox News and all that, the whole empire. Having watched Dynasty, the Murdochs, I know for sure it's based on the Murdochs. This documentary is nuts.
Rupert Murdoch, he's a legitimate mogul. Movie studios, television.
$2 billion in profit. All this influence, all this wealth.
And he wanted this to be a family business.
So what is going to happen when Rupert Murdoch dies?
Where does that stand today, Succession?
Who will succeed the aging Rupert Murdoch? Will it be one of his two sons? Will it be his daughter? This documentary gets into the maneuvering, the back and forth, including some amazing pieces of information. How about this? About how his son was called into a deposition and dad showed up and was texting the lawyers personal questions to ask him to upset his son.
Oh, boy.
This family is full-blown nuts. The Murdochs, really, the story behind the amazing, and be honest, the amazing empire that they've built. Not just Fox News, but newspapers, media all over the world, Australia, England, United States, and the behind the scenes, the trying to knock your brother out of the way, trying to come in and be the bad guy. You know what, Dad? You're right. Those other kids of ours are nuts. You know, it is something else worth watching. It is a documentary on the Murdoch family. It's called Dynasty, the Murdochs. It's on Netflix right now. It's amazing. It's not political either. It has nothing to do with Fox News, what you think of Fox News. It's about the family behind and how rich people treat each other.
All right. It's a stream team every Friday, 3:15. We tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. All right. So my wife and I were flipping around Netflix, and we saw this. And we're like, we can watch this for 90 minutes. I remember this story. It happened in 2015. Ooh. Now there's a documentary. It's called Untold, the death and life of Lamar Odom. Remember Lamar Odom, an NBA star, married Khloe Kardashian, and remember in 2015, a drug overdose.
Oh, wow.
And so he's on the show. Khloe is on the show. And I can't believe what this guy went through and what she went through to try and pull her husband out of just a very dark place.
Laker games, it was the center of the universe.
Lamar's living a rock star lifestyle.
That first hit of cocaine was amazing. You unlocked a vault that you can't really control.
He did love Khloe, but he wanted to be on reality TV.
When you're calling your addiction, there's always going to be embarrassment. I was out all night partying. I didn't want to stop.
I learned two things from watching this.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait.
The first thing is, like, if you like the Kardashians, all right, fine. You know, for anybody who thought Khloe was like a joke, I got to tell you, she did everything to help this guy.
Really?
And I'm not sure he deserved any of it.
Wow.
And she's like, I'm going to do everything I can. He's cheating on me. He's doing drugs. I haven't seen him for 5 days. Oh, he just walked through the door, and she just kept trying to help him.
Still trying.
Really incredible.
Wow.
The other thing I learned is Lamar Odom, great NBA player, championships. I don't want to, if you go watch it, I don't want to ruin the whole thing. Something happened to him earlier in his life, in his 20s, that may have caused all of this stuff.
Okay.
But it talks about he finds himself, he's married to Khloe. He finds himself at a place with a bunch of prostitutes.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
And he does more drugs than he's ever done in his life. And he had 12 strokes and 6 heart attacks and lived. He's massive. He's like 7 feet tall.
Oh, he's huge. I remember watching him play.
And maybe the only person on the planet that could survive 12 strokes and 6 heart attacks. It shows you about you. And the one thing my wife and I took away, you do drugs once, you try it. And as Lamar said in that clip, it was such a high.
Is this about addiction? Is it more about that's kind of
it's about
the
addiction.
vibe of it.
It's about him wanting to live this life as an NBA player and a rock star and married to a Kardashian. But man, I'll tell you, one thing I took away: you do drugs once, you can end up dead.
Wow.
You can end up dead. It is an interesting watch.
Okay.
90 minutes, Netflix, Untold, the death and life of Lamar Odom.
That whole Untold series is really interesting.
Really
They've really dug into some amazing sports stories. And,
really?
I'm going to add that to the list, Gaydos. We're both watching Netflix, the Dynasty, the Murdochs, and Untold, the death and life. And that's the way it's written, the death and life
Stream
of
team.
Lamar Odom. That's
Every
the
Friday.
Stream team.
Yeah.
Check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, are we headed back to COVID-like inflation? Oh, for God's sakes, please no. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Artemis 2 prepares for splashdown.
Today, the Orion spacecraft will separate from the service module that's been powering it. Orion's heat shield will protect the capsule from temperatures up to 5,000 degrees. As Orion enters Earth's atmosphere, it'll travel nearly 24,000 miles per hour. Then parachutes will deploy, slowing down the spacecraft as it splashes down tonight off Southern California.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks, They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot, and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. Learn more at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It worked out well. I'm real proud of the civilian investigators at this point.
Civilian investigators in the cold case unit are being credited with finding a 13-year-old girl missing from the Payson area for more than 30 years. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
Gila County Sheriff's Office Captain Jamie Garrett says civilian investigators found now 45-year-old Christina Plant on social media living in another state.
They were able to do the digging around on the social media platforms and the open source platforms and it freed up my other detectives to actually concentrate on the other major case files.
Plant admitted to running away and said she didn't want to be found. She's now married with 3 children. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The U.S. delegation, Vice President J.D. Vance, Special U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is en route to Islamabad for peace talks with Iran. President Trump told reporters late today that he believed the negotiations will go well for the U.S., saying Iran is in a state of defeat.
The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, all anti-aircraft is gone, the leaders are gone, the whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out.
Mr. Trump adding, with or without the cooperation of Iran, the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened to commercial maritime traffic. The 22nd annual Pat's Run, the 4.2-mile run to celebrate the life and legacy of Pat Tillman, is tomorrow. Tillman's close friend and Pat's Run co-founder, Perry Ettinger, tells the Mike Broomhead Show it's an experience unlike any other.
To come out to the finish line and to enter the field and to see the Army Rangers and to see the Army people with full backpacks, full gear running, and it doesn't happen anywhere. It is so special.
For more information on the race and its impact on the community through the Tillman Scholars Program, go to KTAR.com. And new today, Maricopa County's Public Health Department confirms the first heat-related death of the 2026 season. The individual was an older male, and that's really all we know at this time. No other details have been released. The Health Department reminds you to stay hydrated, dress for the heat, check on others, and learn the signs of heat-related illness. Let's get you home this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the interchange ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound at the Durango Curve / I-17 southbound transition. Goodyear with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Saraval Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Hardy Drive and Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies. Our low temps should be right around 69. For Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be in the mid-80s and around 78 with a slight chance of rain on Monday. Right now, it is 90 degrees in Mesa. Cloudy skies, bright opportunities with Seahomes First. Get early access 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at SeahomesFirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you had a great weekend. We are going to talk economy and has the ceasefire held. It's all happening on the Mike Broomhead Show. Monday morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Gaydos, I don't know if you know this or not, but we are living in the golden age.
You're so bad.
Really?
Oh,
well, that's what I'm told.
I know.
I'm told that we're living, this is the golden age.
Oh, the snark.
Oh, so it's not the golden age?
I got to tell you, it feels like the bronze medal age.
So the University of Michigan has been measuring consumer sentiment, basically how people feel about the economy. Their own, by the way, whenever we say economy, I always like to remind people, I think economy is synonymous with your personal finances, you know? Right. I mean, if everybody else is doing well and you're not, the economy sucks, you know? I mean, let's be honest. But they've been measuring it since 1952. That was a long time ago. And congratulations, because consumer sentiment is at the lowest level ever recorded. They started recording in 1952.
Yeah, that means you don't believe in the president. And you don't believe in that the policies are working. And you look at the facts of tariffs were a complete disaster. Trump was completely wrong on that. If you think otherwise, you lost $1,000 last year. I don't think that is America
and jobs,
first.
We're not building factories.
No,
and, that's not happening.
Obviously, when you go into a war, and you decide to attack Iran for whatever the 20 reasons he did it or didn't do it, I don't know. He knows that gas prices were going to go through the roof, and they did. And food is already more expensive than it's ever been. And so these policies are not working, not for the American people. I don't say this to be snide, mean, or snark. I like your snark. It's good.
It's a golden age.
There. I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm so okay. Yeah, well, this is
just that the policies don't work in my. It's America Last policies. Like so many of you voted for America First. When is he putting you first? I'm still waiting. That's the thing. You're not first. You're completely last. You're dead last on his on his timetable.
Well, we're going to make
on his list.
Can I throw this in just to give you a bit of a right turn here? We're going to make Hungary great again.
I don't know what that means.
He tweeted that the United States will strengthen Hungary's economy as we have done. We are excited to invest in the future prosperity of Hungary and the continued leadership of Viktor Orban, Minister Viktor Orban, because he's running for re-election. So Trump says, if you re-elect Viktor Orban, we'll give you American dollars. So we're going to make Hungary great again. I mean, come on, there's something to be happy about.
I mean, it's just
most people couldn't find Hungary on a map.
The money isn't staying here. You know, how many billions of dollars? 40, 50, 60 billion dollars just in 5 weeks with the war? Oh my gosh, that could have been spent in such a better way.
Yeah.
And then you want to talk about spending money. Your money is going in your gas tank. That's what's happening.
The number is, I think it's over $9 billion now, dollars extra.
Yeah.
Not total that we spent on fuel. The difference in the price of gas and diesel in the last 5 weeks, American consumers have spent an extra $9 billion.
Yeah.
Putting gas in the tank.
So when you say the statistic of consumer confidence is at its lowest level on record ever, going back to 1952.
I think we all remember 52.
We don't.
We do not remember 52.
I think what we're seeing right now is I'm not going to shop. I'm not. Put it this way. I gave you this example a couple weeks ago. My wife and I, we're going to go to New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
Love New Orleans.
You are a big fan of New Orleans.
We canceled that trip.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We're not going to. The airports were a mess. Are they better now? I think they're better now, but they were a mess.
Yeah.
And I wasn't just going to. I was like, no. Jet fuel has gone through the roof.
The prices of airline tickets, and now everyone's putting more fees on bags and everything, right?
The bag fee? Yeah.
The bag fees.
Everything's more expensive. And I looked at my wife and I said, let's just not go. Let's not go to New Orleans. And she's like, well, you love New Orleans. Let's not spend the money. And I think a lot of people are doing it in just different ways. We decided not to go on a trip.
You're seeing it in big and small ways. We've had the conversation also about the number of people who've backed out of purchasing a home. They an agreement, and they look around and they're like, maybe now's not the time. They get cold feet, whatever you want to call it. You're seeing consumer sentiment is basically cold feet. It's cold feet for outspending money. It's for making big purchases. It's for making small purchases.
It's hard to believe that consumer confidence today is lower than it was in 08 and 09, but it is.
It is. It is literally. Yeah. Even lower that when you look at the graph, if you will. I mean, you're going back to like the crash in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these horrible hits that we took. Yeah, like 1980. No, worse than that.
Tariffs, war. I mean, gas prices. Everything is not going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Everything is going in the wrong direction. And America knows it. I mean, no.
Well, they just don't have confidence that it's going to get better. I mean, you could make the argument, when was it going to be short-term pain for long-term gain?
I remember, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. So we all know that's a lie now, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be short-term pain for long-term pain. It's going to be long-term pain for almost no gain. I mean, as of right now, we are negotiating to get out of a war that has cost not just the United States, but the global economy. And it's unclear what it looks like moving forward.
Yeah. Inflation in March, a disaster. Gas prices in March, total disaster.
Yeah.
And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at just bad judgment from one man. That's the way it is.
Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn to do that for us. And up next, Epstein is back in the news.
How is that possible?
Thanks to the First Lady? We'll talk about that next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Southwest Blinds and Shutters, I've hired them. They installed absolutely gorgeous shutters and motorized shades in our home just last week. I got to tell you, from start to finish, this company rocks. It was seamless. It was awesome. It was easy. And I want you to go home and look at your windows. And I think you're going to say, you know what? I don't like the shades and the shutters that we have. You're not going to find a better company than Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So I'll walk you through it real quick. Here's the first thing you do. Go to their website, southwestblinds.com. Great place to start. Second thing is they've got 3 showrooms. Go to one of them. Meet their expert team. Look at what they've got. And then the third thing that you should do after going to their showroom, when you call them, tell them Gaydos sent you, and they'll come over and you get a professional consultation. And that sold us. Got to tell you, the house looks so much better now with white shutters in the bedroom and the great room. We've got motorized shades in the kitchen. Outstanding. Southwest Blind.
Presents an evening of cinematic magic with the Allegro String Quartet. Hear your favorite movie hits, from nostalgic classics to thrilling sci-fi blockbusters. It's free, so text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Artemis 2 crew is ready to come back home today, scheduled to re-enter Earth's atmosphere at 5:07 Arizona time, and will splash down in the Pacific Ocean near San Diego. Retired astronaut Susan Kilrain tells ABC News the crew will have to get their bearings of Earth and that they have to rehydrate before their return.
You're dehydrated, but they do everything they can to rehydrate before you come down, and that just keeps you from getting faint when you get back to Earth, and then you'll continue rehydrating over the next few days.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or go to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the interchange ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound at the Durango curve / I-17 southbound transition. Goodyear disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Saraville Avenue. And lastly, Tolleson crashed in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Avondale Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next remodeling seminar will be Tuesday, April 21st.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. The Gila County Cold Case Unit cracked a 3-decade cold case thanks to social media. Find out how it all went down tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch Becky Lynn and me on the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
All right, let's check the Gaydos Big Q poll question of the day. It's brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. So go to KTAR.com, right side of the page. Usually I don't like to talk about stuff like this. Like, why did the White House do this? Did they send this person out to distract and, all that craziness? But I do think this is somewhat interesting. Did Melania Trump come out to talk about Epstein, which she did yesterday, to distract from the Iran debacle? So, listen, I'll say this, yes or no. I don't know if we went to war in Iran to get people to stop talking about Epstein. I think it's possible. I think the more correct answer is that Trump has been dog walked into this Iran war by his daddy, Bibi Netanyahu. And so I don't know if it's really Epstein. I think it's Netanyahu sold Trump a bag of crap and he decided to buy it. And that's why we're in a war. I don't. That would be the first reason.
I like your poll, though I heard the joke differently, which was Trump started a war in Iran to distract from the Epstein files. Now they need the Epstein files to distract from from the Iran.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that she was trying to distract.
Okay.
I'm going to say 72%.
61% no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But although it is not clear why, because a reporter, all the reporters have Trump's phone number.
It's amazing.
And a reporter for Washington Times, I believe.
They all call him. He answers. He answers every time.
And said, Melania's on TV right now talking about Epstein. Did you know about this? And he said, I didn't know about it.
Okay. You buy that?
But he then said, but it doesn't matter because she had nothing to do with him.
I don't know what she had to do with him. I have no idea. I think the interesting, if she says, well, I never met him and I never knew him and all that stuff, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of pictures out there. It's not AI.
A lot of pictures.
A lot of pictures.
Of them together more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
there's also emails in the Epstein files between Melania and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I am surprised. I never thought the Epstein files would follow the president like it did. And it's his own fault because
he's the one that ginned everybody up over it.
And the people that love Donald Trump are holding him to the fire on this. If you're a MAGA voter, you're upset. You want these files released, and you're right. And they should be released, and everything should not be redacted. You could cover not cover. You can black out certain things, but don't give me 4,500 pages of just blacked out things.
One of the interesting things from Melania's apparently
impromptu press conference.
Impromptu is the word, exactly. Press conference, which, by the way, a first lady has never done in that setting.
No, I've never.
That White House setting. I don't know what that area of the White House is called. First time ever.
Yeah.
It's interesting that in her whole defense of, I didn't know Epstein, I didn't have a relationship with Epstein, it was just social circles, we bumped into each other.
Could be.
She didn't mention her husband. she kind of conveniently left him out of.
Well, they were friends, though. We already know that.
Yeah, but she didn't exactly provide a defense, and she went one further and said all of the victims should be called to testify in Congress. Something that Donald Trump keeps saying is a hoax, by the way. Melania doesn't agree. They are not on the same page on the Epstein files. She wants more investigation. She wants congressional hearings, and he says it's a hoax and we should move on.
Yeah. That's a terrible slap in the face to victims to call it a hoax. That's awful.
100%.
Just awful. That's awful.
And credit to her for saying...
But why did she come
the victims?
But see, because a lot of people were saying something big.
So there's another
drop.
story out there. Michael Wolff, and he's reported on the president before, and he's written books, and he apparently he sat down with interviews, and then Trump didn't like the interviews. He came out with a story the other day that claims that Melania Trump and Epstein were a couple.
Okay.
So that's his...
Is that do we care?
Oh, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I mean,
and so it seemed like she was trying to get in front of that and say, no, we weren't. No, I didn't know him like that.
Okay.
But that is what Michael Wolff, again, I don't know him to be true or not, is basically making the claim that there was a relationship prior to Donald Trump.
I think if you ask the president, do you want to talk about Epstein or Iran? I really think it's Epstein.
I'm totally
crazy.
exonerated.
No, it's crazy to think that.
Totally exonerated. By the way, no, he has not been totally exonerated. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. You know, Peoria recently had its own kind of Rob Reiner type tragedy,
very
right?
Grisly murder, yeah.
How hard is it to get mental health help for your adult child? Not only is it interesting, I bet you there's a lot of people out there asking that same question.
Well, we're going to help out.
Yeah. We got an expert to talk about it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's talk about getting you some new windows. All right? Advanced Window Products, 40 years in business. They know how to build windows. They build the windows right here for you in the Valley of the Sun. You're going to get custom-built windows built for your exact home. You're not getting generic, windows or we'll retrofit something. No, they don't do that. Most window companies are just resellers. Advanced Window Products, they don't deal with that stuff. They build your windows themselves right here in Arizona. You get the highest quality. You get better fit, and you're going to get better pricing. So I hired Advanced Window Products. I've got brand new windows. Every single window in my house is brand new. And I can't wait for my electric bills to go down this summer because that's exactly what's going to happen. I want you to call them 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. AdvancedWindows.com. And now, here's my friend from Advanced Window Products, Joe.
Thanks, Gaydos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gaydos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now. 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. NASA astronaut Christina Cook aboard Artemis 2 spoke with Houston Mission Control as they executed one last 8-second firing of its jet thrusters to fine-tune the flight course, a critical maneuver to ensure a safe return. Here's Mission Control with the maneuver.
Burn underway. Good engine, good control. Burn complete.
Splashdown for the astronauts expected at 5:07 Pacific time.
Eyes on Education.
Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed a bill that would have required transparency around school superintendents in the state.
House Bill 2075 would have required all public school districts to disclose superintendent and chief financial officer salaries as public records. In the veto letter, Hobbs explained the bill was denied because other school systems in the state are not held to the same standard of transparency, referencing Arizona's school choice environment and recent conversations regarding accountability in the school voucher program. State Superintendent Tom Horn said the bill being vetoed strips the education system of accountability. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
We have more education solution stories for you at KTAR.com/education.
a KTAR News exclusive.
Lawmakers in the city of Surprise say they were given no notice when the Department of Homeland Security purchased a warehouse in their city intended to house migrant detainees. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos that while not possible at the state level, federal agencies are able to override local zoning restrictions.
And I think the biggest problem with that is coming in and just kind of forcing your will on communities without any community input or buy-in.
She says there are still some important questions, like who exactly is going to be housed in that facility. Those questions have yet to be answered. Hear the entire interview at KTAR's YouTube channel.
It worked out well. I'm real proud of the civilian investigators at this point.
Civilian investigators in the cold case unit are being credited with finding a 13-year-old girl who's been missing from the Payson area for more than 30 years. Gila County Sheriff's Office Captain Jamie Garrett says civilian investigators found now 45-year-old Christina Plant on social media, living in another state.
Actually, Christina Plant is the first one that we have actually solved.
Plant admitted to running away and said she didn't want to be found. She's now married with 3 children. The 22nd annual Pat's Run set to get underway tomorrow morning in Tempe. A number of past Tillman Scholarship winners are in town, including Army veteran Natasha Ryan, who says it's the people that make the Tillman Foundation a close family.
When I got selected, I felt like I hit the jackpot, but I didn't know it until I got to be around the other Tillman scholars and the people that support us. And I can tell you with certainty that these people are doing their very best to uphold Pat's legacy.
Ryan awarded her scholarship in 2018. She's worked for the U.S. Embassy in the Middle East. She flies Black Hawk helicopters and trains Black Hawk pilots. Pat's Run will get underway tomorrow at 7:05 a.m., starting at Mountain America Stadium in Tempe. And the Tempe Police Department worked together with the Houston Metro Police to make another arrest in connection to the deadly Mill Avenue shooting last month. 21-year-old Michael Bloodworth was arrested yesterday in Houston. His charges include second-degree murder and aggravated assault. And this is the second arrest made in connection to that shooting. The investigation is ongoing. Time now to check out the traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the HOV lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Thomas Road. Litchfield Park with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 303 northbound near Glendale Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and B. Huron Drive. This report is brought to you by the Jewish Tuition Organization. Invest in students, invest in community. Corporate donations qualify for Arizona's dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Details at jewishtuition.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After an overnight low right around 69 degrees with clear skies, we're going to be a little cooler over the weekend. Around 88 Saturday, 85 on Sunday, and by Monday, 20% chance of some showers with a high of 78 degrees. How about that? 91 right now in Peoria. Cloudy skies, bright opportunities with Seahomes First. Get early access 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seahomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Yes, Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. Hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people call hour number 3 best of the hours.
Coming up towards the end of this hour, you are going to want to be here. We're going to help you understand, and we're going to carry it live. Artemis reentry, the splashdown. They've been in space for 10 days, and this is the dangerous part of the mission. And
the very end here.
The very end. So coming up about maybe like 4:50 or so, you're going to hear everything. And I think everybody's going to be watching and listening because this is the dangerous part of the mission, and they are going to splash down, and we will hear it all happen live starting at 4:50.
The expectation is for splashdown almost exactly 1 hour from right now, but the whole re-entry process takes 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so.
Yes.
All right. So there we go. All right. Gaydos.
Bruce.
We had a story a few weeks ago that reminded, I think, both of us of the Rob Reiner case, where a son turned on his parents. And we learned that son, adult son, had been struggling with mental health issues, on and off of medicine, and sadly became so violent that he murdered his parents.
Oh, it happened in Peoria.
Yeah.
A double homicide.
The Turk family. And we said, well, that sounded a lot like it with his adult son who had been struggling. The parents, by all description, had tried everything, right?
And the everything is 3 times this year to try and get a certain type of help.
Yeah.
Which we're going to get into.
So joining us right now to maybe help us understand, how difficult is it to get mental health help for your adult child is Dr. Carol Olson with Valleywise Health. Dr. Olson, thank you so much for your time. Whoops, hold on a second. Got an audio problem. We can see you, just not sure we can hear you.
All right, we'll get back in a moment.
Yeah, we'll work on that in a second here, Dr. Olson. The concern being is that how many other family members, parents, grandparents are exasperated at the inability to get help for people who obviously need it. We talk about all the red flags.
Sure,
not just the Reiner case, but the Turk case. And there's been other cases here in the Valley, obvious red flags where you're like, why couldn't this person get the kind of help they need?
Yeah, the parents wanted him on medication. And he didn't want to take the medication. And it comes to a point where when your kid turns 18 and starts living his or her own life, it's tougher to get them to do what you want to do. They're adults. Right. And so what happened was this young man went down the road of some sort of mental illness, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse. And it's like, okay, well, what do you do in this day and age? Is there, can you commit him?
How easy is that?
How easy is that?
Which I'm led to believe not very.
Right?
Right.
How can we make sure he's on medication? I don't think you can make sure he's on medication.
All right. I think we have Dr. Olson now. Apologize for the technical issues, Dr. Olson, but thank you for joining us.
No problem.
Now, I know that you can't speak specifically about specific cases, and so we're trying to talk kind of writ large on the challenges that families have when dealing with an adult child with mental illness issues.
Yes. So, what I would say is that every state in the country has a process for requesting an evaluation for an individual, an adult, who has a serious mental illness or appears to have a serious mental illness and is refusing to get help on a voluntary basis. And Arizona's rules about it are actually fairly liberal in the sense that you don't have to necessarily be in imminent danger to yourself or others. You can have such severe symptoms that you're suffering in a significant way because of your untreated mental illness, and you don't have any insight into the condition, and therefore you don't recognize, you can't make a choice about getting treatment. And if your illness is that severe that you're really suffering but you don't see it, Arizona, unlike some states, does allow family members or others who have witnessed the symptoms to apply for the person to have an involuntary psychiatric evaluation.
Dr. Olson, does that require going in front of a judge? Is there a hearing? Is it
yes. So the way the process works is that person who has witnessed the individual with the serious mental health issues that is suffering can call 988 to get instructions about what to do, or there's 4 different 24-hour-a-day psychiatric emergency rooms operating in Maricopa County and similar types of facilities outside of Maricopa County where they can bring the person, or they can go themselves to fill out the application, and then if the staff at that urgent care center recognizes that, it sounds like this is a legitimate situation where this person needs to be evaluated, they can send the police to pick the person up and bring them there to that facility. Once the person is at that facility, they can be held up to 24 hours for the staff to evaluate them, and if it appears at that point that they need a full-fledged hospital evaluation, then they are transferred to, in Maricopa County, one of the Valley-wise hospitals, and then at that hospital there's a 72-hour evaluation period where they have a full physical exam, have laboratory work, get seen by 2 different psychiatrists who give separate opinions about what's going on and whether it seems like they meet the criteria for involuntary mental health treatment. And if they do, then the person stays in the hospital and has a court hearing before a judge about a week later. Yes, at that hearing, there have to be 2 people coming to testify as to what they observed about the person's serious symptoms that suggested that the person was either a danger to themselves or others or significantly impaired because of their symptoms. So yes, ultimately there is a hearing before a judge. And at that point, if the judge orders treatment, then it's kind of flexible because normally the judge orders a combination of both inpatient and outpatient treatment. The person stays in the hospital until the doctors think that they're stable enough to be in the community with outpatient treatment. But even once they're discharged to the community, they're required to keep appointments at a clinic and take medication as prescribed, et cetera.
All right. So a Peoria couple lost their life. Their adult son with mental health issues killed his mother and father. And we're talking to Dr. Carol Olson, Valleywise Health. The thing that just sticks out to me is they filed 3 different medical petitions. Like, why didn't the first one get attention?
Like
or the second one?
Or something, yeah.
Or the third one? How many do you have to file? I mean, the parents knew best, and they may have known something like this was going to happen. Maybe not to them, but to somebody else. I don't know.
Or they were worried about their son.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
3 medical petitions. Who's not listening?
Well, so I don't know the specific case, so I don't know exactly what the situation was in that particular case, but I can speak to what sometimes happens that's frustrating to families. And what sometimes happens is that sometimes people have a substance use disorder that's causing significant psychiatric symptoms due to the substances. You know, certain substances like stimulants, methamphetamine or cocaine, can cause people to be very paranoid or hallucinating. And sometimes what happens, and it can be difficult to distinguish that from, say, schizophrenia. And sometimes what happens is that the family will do an application. The person will be brought to one of those urgent care centers. But if they clear up in their mind within a day or 2, it sometimes can be concluded that this was all drug-related. And Arizona does not have forced treatment for substance abuse. So it's possible in those kind of situations that the person, a conclusion will be made, well, this was primarily drugs, therefore we're going to discharge the person and not proceed further on that court process. Again, I don't know the specific case that this involves. I'm just speaking more broadly to what sometimes is a frustration, you know, because most people, you know, the lay public, they see somebody hallucinating and very paranoid.
Yeah.
They're just, this person's mentally ill. This person needs help. This person needs to be in the hospital.
You call the cops or something, right?
Right. And then, you know, and sometimes things can look quite different in a relatively short period of time if the person has no access to drugs. That doesn't mean they don't have a serious problem, though.
Got it. Again, we're talking to Dr. Carol Olson with Valleywise Health, and again, I'm just trying to understand this better. I hope you understand, Doctor. According, at least in this Peoria issue that we have, one of the issues the family had was that there were not enough hospital beds, and that their son wasn't able to get into, I'm going to use the term program, or get into one of these because there's a shortage. Are we still experiencing shortages like that? Are you seeing it on your end?
So let me make 2 comments about that. I mean, I have read the media reports about that, and I know people have speculated that a problem was related to lack of hospital beds, but I think ultimately that was clarified, that the people making that speculation actually did not know that was the case in this particular case. So let's speak more broadly. Is there a shortage of hospital beds? And I would say, yes, there is a shortage of hospital beds. Valleywise are the only 3 hospitals in Maricopa County that do these court-ordered evaluations. And although we have added a significant number of beds over the last 5 years or so, we have close to 400 beds between our 3 hospitals. Nevertheless, that's not enough beds. So we continue to have some individuals who end up, going to that urgent care center, and then they can't get transferred over to Valleywise in time to have their evaluation. Now, frequently, that doesn't mean they're released. It means that the urgent care center will do a new application, when the time has expired on the first one. But nevertheless, that's not what should happen, because we don't want people just sitting mentally ill in an urgent care center when they really need to get to the hospital.
Yeah, well, and again, the end goal is that these people get the treatment they need and they're not a danger to themselves or others. I think is at the end.
Correct.
We can all agree on that.
Correct.
Dr. Olson, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
That's Dr. Carol Olson with Valleywise Health.
All right, I think we learned a lot there, and there are options for parents who are trying to get their adult kid. This one looks like it fell through.
There are challenges, though. There are still challenges.
Coming up next, passengers on a United plane were shocked, I say, by mom and dad's bizarre seating arrangement for their children. We'll talk about it next.
You know what? When you're looking for a watch or jewelry, who can you trust? Let's be honest. There's a lot of shady things going on out there. Well, let me introduce you to Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith Jeweler in Scottsdale has been Arizona's destination for luxury watches and fine jewelry for over 45 years. Literally trusted for generations. They have relationships with their clients. And the flagship store right on the corner of Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, it's amazing. It's amazing. And it's not pretentious. I mean that. You can go in there. You can look at some watches. They have an amazing selection of pre-owned watches. Remember, they buy, they sell, they trade. You can fall in love over and over again like I do. And Saturdays at Oliver Smith Jeweler are amazing. All of the watch nerds show up, all stand around, look at each other's wrist, and talk about watches. It's nirvana. All right? Hey, if you are looking for a watch, maybe to commemorate an important event in your life, or maybe a gift for a special someone, let me introduce you to Oliver Smith Jeweler. Family owned and operated, over 45 years, not a chain. You're talking about individuals whose name is on the door. Flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall. And you can always find them online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. The U.S. delegation, VP J.D. Vance, Special U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are all en route to Islamabad for peace talks with Iran. President Trump told reporters late today he believed the negotiations would go well for the U.S., saying Iran's in a state of defeat, adding with or without the cooperation of Iran, the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened to commercial maritime traffic.
Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait. So we do have other countries coming up, and they'll help out, but we don't use it. It won't be easy. It won't be... I would say this, we will have that open fairly soon.
Iran has threatened to enforce a toll in the Strait of Hormuz, but President Trump has insisted he won't let that happen, and then added if Iran doesn't reopen the waterway, they'll be losing money. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Enrique Garcia has a look at the roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Stay Route 51 southbound near Coulter Street. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the HOV lane. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound at Thomas Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Hey, be sure to join our partners at Arizona Talks on April 16th at 6 o'clock for The Intelligence Question, a live conversation on AI, work, and the public good. You can learn more and reserve your spot right now. Just head to the contest page at KTAR.com. So, flying can be stressful. flying with a family can be really stressful. But apparently one family found a way to make it less stressful, at least for mom and dad, Gaydos. At least for mom and dad.
Yeah, so is this what parents should be doing when they get on a plane? All right, so United flight. Right?
Yeah.
And mom and dad are like, yeah, we've got some kids, and boy, they're going to probably be a real pain in the rear end.
They're going to be pills, as you call them.
Yeah.
Right?
Rowdy pills.
Rowdy pills. I didn't know you could be a rowdy pill.
So, mom and dad decided, we like the front of the plane. The front of the plane, it's a lot less crazy, and
you get a little bigger seat, first class. Maybe we get a meal, get a little, get a glass of wine before we take off.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let's sit up there.
We're going to sit up there.
Okay. Now we've got 3 kids.
One, two, three.
Where do we put them? Let's put them in coach.
Row 27.
Oh, mom and dad riding up front.
Yep.
Kids in the back.
According to other passengers, Dad only went back once mid-flight to check on the little maggots.
We have to say how old they are. 7, 9, and 10.
Yes. Again, according to other passengers, the boys started choking and, quote, pounding on each other. There was screaming. Meanwhile, the little girl had so much slack in her seatbelt that she could roam free while harnessed like a leashed canine. So she had a harness on her, but she could still kind of get around a few rows in any direction.
You would have never done this, Becky Lynn, with your 2 beautiful children.
Never.
7, 9, or whatever. It's so tone deaf.
I could tell you a story very similar. I was on a plane one time, and this entire crew of kids came on. They were going to camp.
Oh, yeah. You remember the age?
Somewhere 10 or younger, I would say.
Oh, jeez.
And one little boy came in, and we were in the front, the bulkhead area. And we had a seat. He just turned right in there and sat down, and all the rest of them kept going to the back, including the people who were with them. We had to babysit him the whole time.
You had him the whole flight.
The whole flight.
Well, that's funny because people said one of the entire article of the article. It's a Reddit thing. Is United is now offering free babysitting.
Yeah.
But apparently, it's up to the other passengers to do it.
To do that
when mom and dad are sitting in first. So I've got some solutions for this, by the way.
Good.
And I was once offered a job at American Airlines. I was sitting in my normal emergency exit row, right? Mm-hmm. And I was sitting on one of those planes where there isn't even a row in front of you. Yes. There's an emergency exit door, right? So I had tons of room. And this is back in the day. Do you remember the handheld PlayStation you could have and had a little? And he's sitting there, and I'm sitting there playing games. And this one little kid comes up, and he has his PlayStation. And back then, you could put a cord between the two of them, and you guys could play each other.
Oh, nice.
And he says, "You want to play?" And I go, "Yeah." And so I do that. And then pretty soon, another little kid comes up, and we all started sharing. And there were like 4 little kids sitting crisscross applesauce in the emergency exit, right, mid-flight, and me all playing our PlayStation. And the flight attendant literally said, "I will pay you to fly on the next flight with me."
Yeah.
She said, "These are the quietest little kids have ever been." She goes, "There's nobody running around in this flight." And I said, "You guys just need to offer more PlayStations."
Oh, yeah, right.
I go, "These kids will never get out of their seat."
It's crazy. Somebody said these kids were seated across from me, and they were hellions.
Hellions, I tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, parents can't do that. You can't go to first class, leave your 3 kids
well,
there.
apparently you can because they did it.
I guess it depends on the age because, my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, she flies up front. The kids fly in the back.
Oh.
My nephew and my niece, so, we don't get to sit with mommy up front.
So how old are they?
Well, they're teenagers now.
Okay.
Or they were teenagers then. But she goes, "Yeah, we don't get to sit with mom. She sits up front. She don't want to be anywhere near him during a flight."
No kid is going to behave. Not a single one.
No.
I love the fact that boys are pounding on each other. That was me and my brother.
Teenagers, I could see that.
All
but
right.
not 7. Oh, my gosh.
Check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And today is the 25th anniversary of one of the most insane murder cases in Arizona history. And the suspect is still on the loose. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
With this truce wavering, gas prices in the U.S. now at $4.16 a gallon, up $1.20 since the war began. And U.S. crude oil just under $100 per barrel. With the Strait of Hormuz still largely at a standstill 2 days since the ceasefire was announced.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, or the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield, because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it, because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, Valley drivers. City of Phoenix's new photo safety cameras are officially up and running, and they're here to help keep everyone safer on the roads. They're in places where they can make a difference. High traffic areas and school zones where safety is critical. These photo safety cameras are about protecting our community and making sure everyone gets where they're going safely. Remember, better a flash than a crash. For more info, visit phoenix.gov/photosafety.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Pretty much vanished. We didn't really have any idea where she had gone.
We're learning more about how the Gila County Sheriff's Office solved a 3-decades-old missing persons case. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the News Center to explain.
13-year-old Christina Plant disappeared from Star Valley in 1994. Chief Deputy Jim Lottie says civilian investigators in the cold case unit found the now 45-year-old on social media.
And using social media, public records request, and then some law enforcement databases, we were able to track down who we believed may be this person living in another state now.
Once they verified it was her, Plant told police that she had ran away and did not want to be found. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
An elderly man is the first person to die from the heat in Maricopa County this year.
So important to check on others, especially older adults and those living alone. Really, social connection can save lives during extreme heat. It is so important.
That's Courtney Cruz-Weisner from Maricopa County Public Health, who says to beat the heat, the best thing you can do is stay hydrated and stay in an air-conditioned space. Don't rely on fans.
A KTAR News exclusive.
How important is water to the state of Arizona? It has the governor appealing to a political adversary she's been highly critical of, President Trump.
Governor Katie Hobbs wants the federal government and President Trump to step in to ensure Arizona gets its fair share of water among the basin states. Her pitch, Arizona plays a vital role in implementing Trump's agenda, and it needs water to do it.
Aside from the defense industry that is a big part of Arizona's economy and our national security, we are manufacturing the most advanced chips made in the Western Hemisphere right here in Phoenix. Colorado River is fueling that.
Hobbs exclusively tells the Bruce and Gaydos show on KTAR no other state can make the economic, national defense, and health case that Arizona can when it comes to water. She says Arizona's manufacturing missiles used in Iran, and in the winter, 90% of the country's leafy greens, which is a backbone to make America healthy again. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And you can see that full interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. Coming up, beginning at just about 4:50, we're going to be bringing you live coverage of Artemis 2's return to Earth as they re-enter Earth's atmosphere to splash down in the Pacific Ocean. You'll hear it all and right here at KTAR. Now let's check on traffic as we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. It's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 67th Avenue. Phoenix again, crash blocking the right-hand lane. State Route 51 southbound near Coulter Street and Scottsdale, crash blocking the HOV lane. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Thomas Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies and 69 for our low temperature, and we're going to be in the mid-80s for Saturday and Sunday, and below 80, right around 78 degrees on Monday, and we could see a shower. It's 85 now in Chandler. Cloudy skies, bright opportunities with C Homes First. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at chomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Was the Masters exciting? Is the NFL in the crosshairs of the DOJ? And could the Suns make the playoffs by having to play first? You know what? We'll find out. Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
25 years ago today, one of Arizona's most heinous crimes happened when I still have to say allegedly, a man, Robert William Fisher, murdered his family, his wife and 2 children, and then set their Scottsdale home on fire. It exploded. He has never been found.
Yeah, he slashed the throats of his wife and 2 kids as they were in their bed.
Still on the FBI's most wanted list.
And he blew up the house to try and cover it up.
25 years.
Unbelievable. Earlier today, we talked to Brianna Whitney, host of True Crime Arizona podcast. It's awesome. You should check it out. True Crime correspondent, Arizona's Family. She has kind of dug into this. So we asked her, is he alive or is he dead? Here's what Brianna told us.
So that's part of kind of this intrigue, I think, with this case, is that any theory that anybody has could be possible just because there's not enough answers. I mean, the last known sighting of Robert Fisher, confirmed, was when he was on camera at the ATM getting $280 out before he completely vanished. And they believe that he killed his family, then cut that gas line, lit a candle. So it gave him like 8 to 10 hours ahead of police to escape before the house went up in flames. The thing is, though, tips in this case come in all the time, so much so that I would say in my entire career, this is the case that I get the most tips on consistently. Yes, of people believing that they may have seen him or something like that. And there's been some really credible tips over the years.
I always heard, Brianna, that he went into the wilderness and never came out.
And when his car was found 10 days after the disappearance, it was found in the woods of Young, Arizona, which is north of here, a very small, quaint town. It's a place that he had camped a lot. His dog, Blue, was found alive. And that kind of detail right there with the dog, I think, led people to believe that there was a good chance Robert was possibly still in the area alive. Sure. And so there's been countless searches in that area. I mean, I did a documentary on this case in 2022, and we went spelunking in the caves of that area to see, like, could somebody survive in these for a while? And the answer is yes. Those caves in the area are large, and they are a lot cooler than it is outside. So you think about, you know, spring into summer, you could definitely survive in the caves. But they've been extensively searched, and most of the detectives do not believe he is in the caves, but there's still a possibility he's somewhere nearby, whether that's dead or alive.
You spoke with one of those detectives, the lead detective on this case. Where is he on all this?
He thinks it could go either way, but he tends to lean towards Robert Fisher still being alive. And I look at that and I'm like, well, how? It's been 25 years, and where would he go? And, you know, there's just so many ways to be identified these days. And he said, you know, I really think that if he is alive, that he would have started over with a new family, completely new identity. And it would take, like, him having another family or other children, and those children doing like a genetic genealogy type thing, like Ancestry.com, to try and, you know, identify if that's actually him. He believes that is possible. Part of this, too, that I always think about, Robert Fisher's pretty nondescript, and he kind of looks like any other guy that you would see out, but we all have that same image of him from the family portrait in our heads. And that was 25 years ago. So, you know, that's not how he's going to look today. I think it's hard for people to reconcile, you know, what would he exactly look like today? I don't think we really know.
He's about 65 today. Brianna Whitney's joining us, Arizona's family, talking about the 25th anniversary of the Robert Fisher murder. I mean, what in the world could have been the motive?
So violent. And this was a pretty, you know, well-known family in Scottsdale, but like your average family went to church each weekend. I think, though, what people have settled on is that, and what I've heard throughout the years, whether it's from Robert's family or those who are very close to the Fishers, Robert was very affected by his parents getting a divorce when he was younger, and had often said that divorce was not on the table for him. And there had been some marital issues, alleged possible affairs on both ends, Robert and Mary, and that their marriage wasn't as perfect as maybe people on the outside saw. And so I think what people who were closest to them thought is that it was kind of a divorce is not an option for me. My children are not going to grow up in a divorced household. Wow. So if I'm not happy and I can't have this marriage and this family, then I'm going to make sure that that doesn't exist like that.
Brianna Whitney, host of True Crime Arizona podcast and true crime correspondent, Arizona's family. It is one of the grisliest murders ever in the state of Arizona. It happened 25 years ago. I think most of us will remember Robert Fisher and that face. I'll never forget.
Well, and there's a chance he's still alive.
Yeah,
and he's out there somewhere.
There's a chance. Yeah. Or he just went into the wilderness and that's where he lives right now.
Who knows?
Or he went to kill himself. Or he's still alive. Or he's died from something and they've never found the body. Or I don't know, but it is one of the most awful, grisly, terrible murders. And trying to cover it up by blowing up your house in Scottsdale. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Coming up next, we got live coverage of Artemis 2. It's going to splash down in the Pacific in the next 20 minutes or so.
Woo!
But there is a concern with their reentry.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about that. It's all coming up next.
You know, when it comes to retirement, there's a lot more to it than just kind of crunching the numbers. Figuring out how much you got, what you want your lifestyle to be, doing some easy addition, subtraction, and figuring it out. The team at Trajan Wealth, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, will build strategies around your goals, around your real life, the individual things that are important to you, not just some spreadsheet. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm an example of it. They craft personalized plans that take my experience, where I'm at, my expectations, and puts them into focus. You can visit Trajan Wealth and start planning today. It's never too late to start planning for your future, okay? Get started. Do something about it. And Trajan Wealth is the place that I trust to start. Their fiduciary advisors are there. And remember, they put your financial interests in front of their own. That's the law. Check it out. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family all in one place in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at chomesfirst.com. At C Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at chomesfirst.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. The Valley has its first heat-related death this year. It involves an elderly man.
Most deaths occur, unfortunately, in high-risk populations, including older adults, young children, and especially people with chronic health conditions, like heart disease, kidney disease, or diabetes. And certain medications can also contribute to heat-related illness.
Courtney Cruzweisner from Maricopa County's Public Health Department says it's important for people to talk to their healthcare provider to understand their risk and to make a plan to stay safe. Now, coming up, beginning in just about 5 minutes, we're going to be bringing you live coverage of Artemis 2's return to Earth as they re-enter Earth's atmosphere to splash down in the Pacific. You'll hear it all right here on KTAR. All of our top stories are coming up in just 15 minutes. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, let's check your ride home with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near State Route 51 northbound transition. Phoenix again crashed on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 67th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Explore a variety of Beatitudes Campus's residents and enjoy a taste of our dining Tuesday morning, April 21st. Just text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hope you had a great weekend. We are going to talk economy and has the ceasefire held. It's all happening on the Mike Broomhead Show. Monday morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Oh, Gaydos. It's getting exciting. We're getting close. The Artemis 2. 456 miles from Earth, currently traveling at 23,000 miles an hour, and is just moments ahead of basically the re-entry procedure, where the capsule will re-enter Earth's atmosphere. That's the if there's a dangerous part of this. I mean, I think all space flight is dangerous, but this is the really dangerous part when the capsule is subjected to temperatures over 5,000 degrees.
I think without the Iran war, I think a lot of people would be talking about this nonstop. This would
be the big story?
Yeah, I think so. This is 10 days around the moon and in outer space. And what we will do here is we'll carry the final minutes as it re-enters, and it does splash down, not into the Strait of Hormuz as reported earlier by Bruce St. James.
No, that was
me.
That was you. It'll be splashing down in the Pacific, just off the coast of San Diego.
Yes,
and the Navy is sitting there waiting for him as we speak.
Yeah, and so we're going to give you some coverage of this over the next, I would say, 15 minutes straight.
Yeah.
We'll give you a little of ABC. We'll see how it sounds on CNN as they're watching this, or Fox News, or wherever we want to go. But let's talk about so they're gonna splash down in the next, I would say, 10 to 12 minutes.
Roughly is about where we're at.
All right, and we're going to carry it live. You're going to hear it. Yeah. Let's talk about why this is the dangerous part of the mission.
Fair enough. Well, re-entry is, if you've watched any movies on the Apollo missions or even the shuttle, re-entering Earth's atmosphere creates a tremendous amount of heat.
Right.
And the ability to not absorb that heat, but reflect it and prevent it from impacting the capsule itself is really the tough part. And so this capsule, Orion is what this part is called of the Artemis 2 mission, has a heat shield. So it would be, going heat shield first, and that heat shield is designed to burn off, to absorb energy and then burn it off. So it's getting thinner, for lack of better terms, as it's re-entering. I heard it described kind of like how a meteor, it starts off really big, it gets to Earth's atmosphere, and it just starts burning off, and these little pebbles come in.
That's because the extreme heat that they're going to go through is 5,000 degrees.
That's a lot.
5,000 degrees. And they're going to be moving at 25,000 miles per hour.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And you're going to hear it all happen here in the next minute or two.
Yeah, as they are getting closer and closer. Now, when we get to the re-entry part, which we are about 45 seconds away, we lose contact with the capsule.
Which is always scary.
Yeah.
Because then you don't know what they're going through inside the capsule. But remember, this is Artemis 2. Artemis 1... the heat shields were very damaged.
Yeah, the one without anybody on board, unmanned one. Yeah.
Why don't we let's hear what ABC is saying about this.
Dip in.
Yeah, the Orion, as you will, is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Or we can go to the other
10 seconds till entry interface.
Here we go.
That's mission control.
I mean, I'm a little nervous. It's a little nerve-wracking.
It's a greater than zero.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I don't know what kind of ride that is from the four people. Is it just is it a roller coaster? You're just
time to splash down 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Okay, splash down 13 minutes.
I heard that you're slowing down as you're re-entering Earth's atmosphere.
Susan, I gather that's some of the heat right there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the plasma.
And you feel the
plasma and the heat surrounding this capsule.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Is what leads to the blackout.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period.
Ooh.
No voice, no data from the crew.
No voice, no data from the crew, as we're hearing from NASA right now. Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi, an astrophysicist, science educator, has been with us for our coverage these last 10 days. And Hakeem, you've been great throughout. This is one of the most anxious times of the entire journey.
This is the true test of our trajectory.
Absolutely it is. I am sitting on the edge of my seat just like the rest of you, waiting to see these parachutes deploy and a safe splashdown.
Aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown.
Let's listen back into NASA, and again, they'll let us know in about 5 minutes now if they have regain communication with those 4 astronauts.
As it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
So the Artemis
of course, we are thinking of the families of pilot Victor Glover, mission pilot, Reed Weissman, the commander.
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period.
Christina Cook, 4.5 minutes to go until we hear from them again.
Time
Jeremy
to
Hansen.
splashdown, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
So the Artemis crew is re-entering Earth's atmosphere. There is no communication between NASA and the astronauts for the next 4 minutes. And just to let you guys know, we're also monitoring this on television that are around that are right around us. We've got like 4 big TVs, and so. Like, we're looking at one of the cable news stations where they've got a picture of all black, and then there's this little white light, and that is the capsule coming back to Earth.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. It is fascinating. So about, I would say, you said 13 minutes, so they'll probably land in the ocean.
I have splashdown at 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, so you got the countdown.
Yeah.
All right. So let's pod ABC.
I'm watching NASA's feed.
Okay,
sorry.
Good.
Visualization. So this is similar to the simulations we showed you earlier, only this one is from NASA. Let's listen.
Repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
I was saying Victor Glover, the mission pilot, was asked, what is he most looking forward to? And he said splashdown. And who could argue with that? He also talked about this being like riding a fireball through the atmosphere, this incredible moment. And this visualization from NASA helps to explain this, why there would be a blackout during this period of time.
Yeah, the capsule's
The
basically
families of all of
engulfed
these
in
astronauts.
flames.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity.
Yeah.
Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period.
That's the animation. Yeah.
Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
9 minutes until splashdown. Let's keep this visualization, but if we could add, Dave, our director in the control room, Trevor Rull, who is at a watch party at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. And Trevor, I gather the nerves can be felt in that room right now.
As part of the recovery team on visuals on Integrity.
Absolutely, David, and what we are seeing is basically every single checkpoint that's being hit is being met with thunderous applause. You can hear a smattering right now. That's been happening continuously, 30 seconds after 30 seconds after 30 seconds after. And what we've been seeing are generations of families experiencing something that many of these people have never experienced before. I talked with one man here, an 86-year-old grandfather. He said he remembers watching the very first space launches. He remembers the Apollo flights. He remembers those first lunar missions. It inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. Now, after 45 years of his own flight, he's retired. He is back here tonight with his grandchildren watching Artemis. And then at the same time, we're hearing from young people. There's 2 people behind me here, Lena, Olivia. These are students at UC San Diego who told me that they can't believe, when they learned about Artemis, they said, I can't believe it's happening in real life and not in the movies. That's how long it has been. What we've been hearing from family after family is that this is something that feels like a previous America would accomplish. Now, of course, we are in that tight window. Will it land safely? And of course, we know everyone's waiting on bated breath, but they are optimistic, David.
No question
Still
about
about 60 seconds away from coming out of the blackout period.
So let's update you if you're just tuning in. Artemis 2, the crew is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. We've got about 8 minutes to splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. About 8 minutes to splashdown. And Bruce, as you just said, we're about until we can talk to them again.
37 seconds until we're supposed to be able to reestablish communication.
So we haven't talked. So NASA has not talked to anybody in there for 6 minutes.
Yeah, and this capsule is basically engulfed in flame as it is re-entering. It is a crazy visual. NASA did some animation, I guess, to show what it looks like.
It's like a fireball through the atmosphere.
Somebody texted, "Can we see it?" No, you cannot. You would not be able to see it with the naked eye re-entering.
All right. Why don't we go back to ABC News and hear how it's going?
Reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
the vessels carrying the divers, members of the U.S. Navy standing by to race to that splashdown zone. And Susan, tell us what we're looking at right here.
It's the visual. It's the camera view of the reentry. It's no longer a visualization. And, you know, it looks healthy.
7 minutes to splashdown.
Well, they mentioned 6 minutes. We knew they would be 6 excruciating minutes, particularly.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Incredible.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
So there you have it.
Guys, looks good.
Artemis 2 responding
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
to mission control.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as
I get a little
voice
goosebumps.
communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman.
All right. They have come through re-entry.
For America in a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Oh.
Well, it's not often when you sit here at the anchor desk when you feel chills. This is certainly one of them. History being made tonight, Artemis 2. The first
Passing
mission
100,000 feet now.
in many decades taking humans back to the moon. In fact, they went farther than
range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
19 nautical miles until splashdown.
5 minutes.
We were
to
expecting
splashdown.
it at about 8:06 or so Eastern time, 8:07 perhaps.
The
So just
capsule's
about
still
5
moving.
minutes from now.
Like 6,000 miles an hour. It's got to slow itself down.
Those divers are all
So we got 5 minutes and 13 seconds until there is splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity, impact.
Let's pot it back up.
Controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
We were expecting, hoping that we might get a view of some of these parachutes, though we're not entirely sure we
We're
will.
processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes to splashdown. There's an elaborate sequence of parachutes here.
We now have a visual from one of those long-distance cameras, Gaydos.
So you and I are watching this on social media, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
We're watching this on social media.
NASA's official channel is called NASA Space Flight.
Look at that thing falling from the sky.
And yeah, there's a rock falling.
Yeah.
You know.
It does. It looks like a rock that's falling from the sky.
Oh, my goodness.
And there's no fire around it anymore.
No. But no chutes yet. It's not close enough to deploy the chutes, and it hasn't slowed down enough.
That's just for the 4 astronauts. It's a total free fall.
Yeah, they're just falling.
Oh, my gosh.
They are
my
just
gosh.
falling. There's
Yeah.
probably a sense of weightlessness with that, too.
All right.
8 miles above the
There's
Earth.
the parachute.
Okay, boom. There they are.
All right, so the parachute works.
There they are.
All right, let's pot it back up.
Two series of parachutes.
2 chutes. I see
and
2.
we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Okay. Those parachutes right there will slow the spacecraft to about 200 miles an hour.
Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
That thing is shaking, man.
It's just incredible.
It's kind of rocking back and forth with these parachutes hanging over its head.
Far side of the moon and come back to tell us about it. And what a bond we've witnessed from them. The hug.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
5 miles.
The symbol of the heart in their photograph.
We keep the same on board.
Got under 3 minutes
they sent
now.
back, and they named one of the craters in the moon that they discovered themselves after Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol. She died in 2020 of cancer. They'd been together for decades, and one of his fellow astronauts
Passing through 10,000 feet.
Spoke of the moment.
Still on drogues.
Because Reed couldn't say it himself.
The drogue is the slowing
though he was
parachute.
moved, certainly, that the astronauts decided, let's name it after your late wife, Carol.
All right.
Parachutes.
Now
So many
the
stories they'll share with us. There's the second set right there.
second set of parachutes. 2 of them fully
Main chute
deployed. One of
deployed.
them is flailing. Now it's fully deployed. Oof.
We're at 5,000 feet.
2 minutes, 12 seconds to touchdown.
The crew
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity.
The search and recovery beacon activated for those Navy divers who are now racing to the site.
2 minutes.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
They mentioned earlier that the camera, so that the crew could see the chutes wasn't working. The one basically looking out the top. So they're relaying to them that you have 3 good chutes.
So we got about a minute and a half until they splash down.
Yeah.
It really is something to watch. How fast it was going, and then how much it slowed down with these parachutes.
Yeah.
Was just, it was amazing.
First with the drogue chutes, it's kind of just start slowing it down, and then these 3 huge parachutes popping out. It looks a lot like the old Apollo, the red and white striped chutes.
All right, so we're about a minute. Let's listen to the full.
Okay, here we are. We'll listen to touchdown.
You're listening to Artemis 2. It will be splashing down any second on KTAR Glendale, Phoenix.
Spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I mean, these are words you have not heard in decades in this country. There are a lot of viewers watching tonight who remember this from the Apollo mission, several of them, those missions, but of course, a whole younger generation witnessing something that they've only read about in the history books.
About 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is not a movie. This is real life.
Looks like it's trying to steer itself.
There at the capsule.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
It looks like they have the ability maybe to have little jets to kind of steer it a little bit.
You're seeing a little fire come from it.
Little pops coming out as the pilot is maneuvering the capsule in some way, shape, or form.
Three massive parachutes.
Real close to. They're past where the clouds are. They're below the cloud level now.
Those 3 parachutes, of course, the end of that sequence, and certainly the ones that are doing most of the work in trying to slow this capsule, slow Integrity down to about 20 miles per hour. There's the splashdown.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Wow. Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Which, by the way, is exactly when NASA said it would happen. 7 minutes past the hour.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
It let go of the parachutes too, so it wouldn't drag it through the water.
There. They will look at the outside of Integrity to make sure.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Stable, there you go.
We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
Okay, let's pot it down for a moment.
Wow.
It was awesome.
That's pretty neat.
Very cool.
That's really cool.
I think everybody also wants to see the astronauts come out.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think that's
going to be a little bit, because the way we understand, they'll take the capsule, they're going to take it on board the Mirtha.
Okay.
The USS Mirtha, which is the craft that is nearby. They have helicopters with rescue divers on board that are going to get out. They're going to secure the capsule in some way, shape, or form. The way I heard it, too, is they want to check their health first. They want to make sure they're, got their sea legs underneath them. I mean, after being in space for a little bit, and then maybe we'll get a good view of the astronauts once they've been checked out.
Yeah. I mean, watching it come down so fast, just falling from the sky, and then these parachutes that were just massive, slowing down the craft, and just very, and I thought towards the end it was pretty interesting that there was fire coming out of this capsule,
like puffs.
Yeah, but it was on purpose. It wasn't not bad fire, good fire. They're using the fire to kind of maneuver.
Yeah, because when it was underneath the chutes, that thing was rocking back and forth like you go to a ride at the fair, and you're on the Ferris wheel and you're rocking back and forth. It was moving around a little. That's got to be a pretty crazy ride down.
I can't imagine.
Yeah,
The free
there's
fall.
very few people that know that experience. Very few.
I'm also interested in, and we'll find this out later. How did the shields do? Did any of it get damaged on the way down, like the Artemis 1? Remember, this is the Artemis 2.
What did we learn? Yeah.
Because for Artemis 1, the shields were damaged, and there wasn't anyone in it. It was an unmanned Artemis 1, but Artemis 2, obviously 4. Well, you want to go back and listen for a minute?
Yeah, we've got boats now racing out to the craft.
This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Yeah, that's going to be impressive at the Thanksgiving dinner to be able to say, we were the ones up there. We know that standing by are 2 Navy MH-60 helicopters. They actually have cameras on them. We're getting some of these images from those helicopters. They're going to be carrying them to the nearby ship, the USS Mirtha, which is waiting. They're going to put 2 of the astronauts on each helicopter. And I believe Christina Cook is going to be the first to emerge. Do we know who will emerge from the capsule?
Christina Cook is first.
Yeah. She'll be first, which seems appropriate.
The capsule has these inflatable kind of balloons that came out, and there's 4 of them, and that's meant to stabilize it in the water.
Right. Right. So it has the Artemis 2 crew splashed down in the Pacific Ocean. The other thing that's amazing is NASA said it was going to happen at 5:07, and it was 5:07.
It was 5:00. I was just sitting here thinking they had to, go with the parachutes and all of that.
That's math.
That's a lot of math.
That's math.
A lot of math.
Yes, good people math.
At this speed, at this velocity, yeah, pretty amazing. So the helicopters are over top of the craft right now. They haven't descended enough to be able to take the astronauts out, but we are getting some pictures and video from directly above it. So I think that tells us that the helicopters, which we heard have cameras on board, as well as other boats, are heading out in that direction.
I think also, the takeaway here is the images of the moon that they got were just magnificent.
Like things we haven't seen before.
I mean, some of the video and the pictures that are going to come out and I'm seeing some of them right now. It's breathtaking.
Yeah,
it really is.
Like, you know what? And again, not to bring politics into this.
This is
the exact opposite of it.
It's a great day.
This is nothing about politics. Yeah. Isn't it great that we have a big news story that people, not just in this country, but around the world, are watching this?
Yep.
And it has nothing to do with politics. That is awesome.
No.
That is awesome.
And it's, you're an American and you're proud of this. This
Absolutely.
is incredible technology and, the people that we have here. At NASA and these astronauts are it's incredible.
The technology that it took to do that. And again, this is just the first of many steps.
Correct.
To creating what they say would be some sort of a base on the surface of the moon that you could then use as a launching spot to go to Mars.
And the interesting thing is residents of Southern California are saying we heard it come in. We heard the sonic boom.
Yeah. Well, when you're moving that fast, you will. You will as it fell. Pretty darn amazing.
Yeah. So nice and safe. A great landing. We're waiting for the astronauts to come out, and certainly we want to make sure that all 4 of them are good and are safe and had a good landing. And it was interesting carrying that live. That was fascinating.
Yeah. Well, and again, that was a decision we made. I hope you guys appreciate it, but we thought it was a big enough event.
Oh yeah.
It was unique enough, and there was still that element of risk. I mean, that we all were fingers crossed that everything goes right. I mean, it is still extremely dangerous.
Perfection.
Yeah. All the astronauts are being reported in excellent shape.
Great.
They are reporting back to. There. So, yeah, congratulations, Wiseman, Glover, Koch, and Hansen on Artemis 2 mission. Absolutely outstanding.
Wow.
Anything else that comes out of it, we'll promise to let you know, but pretty amazing 10 days in space and a perfect perfect splashdown in the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego. We've got to check the headlines, the other headlines out there. Yeah, there's still other stuff going on. And coming back, we're going to be talking about some of the concerns people have about the economy these days. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. Listen, they want to get you started. And so how about no startup fee on every program? That's right, I said it. They're waiving the startup fee on all programs. So let's go through the programs that you may want to join. Red Mountain, the leader in medical weight loss, telling you about them for years, and they specialize in weight loss. The doctors there are amazing. They offer GLP-1 medications. I call the GLP-1 medication, well, I mean, it's the nectar of the gods. It is helping people all over America, all over Arizona. They also have their patented signature medication, RM3. It is the absolute fastest way to lose weight. And the doctors at Red Mountain are going to help you overcome issues that can keep you from losing weight. Slow metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance. They personalize and tailor a plan that is specific to your needs. So when you contact them, mention Gaydos. They waive the startup fee on all programs. All right? Lose weight starting right now. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Tell them Gaydos sent you.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center.
Splashdown confirmed.
Artemis 2 has splashed down off the coast of San Diego. Those in Southern California experienced a sonic boom as the spacecraft re-entered Earth's atmosphere. This 10-day mission sent 4 astronauts on a lunar flyby to gather images of the dark side of the moon. It was a mission to help prep for a planned moon landing in 2028. Once again, Artemis 2 has splashed down off the coast of San Diego after spending 10 days in space flying around the moon. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's see how the roads are rolling this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, South Mountain Freeway westbound at 40th Street. Avondale with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria southbound, approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten Up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos.
All right. Hey, don't forget, we're going to continue to update you on the splashdown
question
of Artemis 2. It is floating in the Pacific Ocean right now.
You've been in space for 10 days. What's the first thing you want?
In-N-Out burger.
I think you want food.
Like real food?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Although they did have Nutella up there. There was a jar of Nutella on that ship. And so, I don't know. You know, you put enough Nutella on there, I'll be like, no, I'm good. I'll stick in here for a little while.
You've got to feel like just the biggest deal ever. Like, there were 4 people that were in space, and everybody else was on Earth. And they looked down on all of us.
And farther away than anybody's ever been.
We are the 4 best on that planet that we're looking at right now.
Do you drink for free from here on out, you think, when you go into the bar?
No doubt. You have to.
That's a pretty small group of people that have done what they've done, right? A really small group of people.
You got to think, like, I am pretty smart to be doing what I'm doing up here.
And brave.
There's no doubt.
Because, as we talked about, it wasn't 100% how it was going to turn out.
Yeah, 10 days. The pictures are coming out more and more, and you got to go see them. They're really
cool.
Amazing.
Really cool.
Now, back down on Earth.
Back down on Earth where, there's other issues out there. Gas prices.
Yeah.
Starting to come down a little bit. Are we seeing them come down? I felt like it came down a little bit when I filled up yesterday.
We saw the $4.99, and then it went over to $5. We're seeing it now just come under $5 just because of the ceasefire.
Like $4.90 instead of $4.99. So down a few cents. I'm not going to argue that. Let's take it, right? Down a few cents is better than up a few cents.
$4.93 gas is still not getting it done.
No. And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
Of course it is.
And it doesn't appear that it's going to open anytime soon.
No, it's Iran's card. It's the ace. It's the ace of this war. And I don't know, man. A lot of us saw that coming. I'm not playing like Monday morning quarterback. A lot of us said, what's going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, it'll be fine. No. I mean, Iran has always said we could shut it down, and you just had to either believe them or not believe them. They have shut it down, and they've said, hey, America has attacked us, so what we're going to do is attack the global economy. Nothing gets through the Strait of Hormuz, and we haven't been able to do a damn thing about it.
And I want to add to that, if you give me a second, because as you know, I am just stupid enough to try to figure out exactly why the Strait of Hormuz is not moving the way it is. And I saw an interesting report. There is okay, you got to imagine the big tanker ships, right? The oil ships.
Hundreds of them.
They have they all belong to a group, okay? It's not the insurance part of it, okay? It's just a association of basically oil tanker owners. 190 tanker companies belong to something called Intertanko. Seriously, they came up with that name.
Oh, could have ChatGPT that got a better
They probably did. By the way, it's more than half of the world's oil tanker fleet. And they are telling its members, do not use the strait because an attack could take place at any time.
Yeah.
And they are also saying, do not pay the $2 million toll. So they are telling their members both of those things are bad ideas. Going through it could subject you and your crew and your ship and your cargo to an attack from Iran. And they said their argument is paying the toll is a violation of international law, and they're worried about the precedent it would set.
Imagine how many more waterways are going to be told if it starts with the Strait of Hormuz.
How many other nut job countries are going to go, we're just going to charge people to go past here, Somalia or whatever, or we're going to shoot at you if you don't do it. And so the tanker companies are kind of in unison saying, you can say it's open all you want, but until we can go through freely like we were 5 weeks ago, it ain't open. It ain't open.
No.
So they're sitting on both sides waiting.
It's weird. I mean, if no tankers are really even going through, why have gas prices dropped 7 cents?
Well, and it's on the speculation that it's going to get better. It's on the speculation.
Yep.
And how long will that euphoria of speculation last? And then when will the reality come in? Okay, it was supposed to open up. It was supposed to be moving, but it's not.
Yeah.
I want to say we had, what was the story yesterday? In the last 2 days, 7 ships have gone through, and all of them have been Iranian.
So bad.
In other words, nobody is going through the strait.
Yep. We did not see that coming. I don't know how that is possible, but we did not see that coming. And I have always talked about if war ever happened with Iran, they would close the Strait of Hormuz, and everybody, and I had military people tell me this, experts on oil, that you could see gas prices at $10 a gallon.
Oh, that's great. Come on. I'm walking.
We're not there yet, but the war isn't over.
I feel like, can I respond sometimes? I get the text from people who and again, you don't have to believe me. Google's your friend. Nobody cares about the strait. It doesn't affect us.
Well, that's what Trump said.
Yeah. It affects China and Russia, not us. Then why is gas going up?
Is that a text?
Yeah. I just ask you, then why do you think gas went up? I know it's because oil is a globally traded commodity.
Correct.
And it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Nope.
Saudi Arabia, Iran, Texas, your backyard, Alaska, makes no difference. The price is set on a global market.
Yeah, but we're going to use this rate.
And when 10% of the world's oil is bottled up,
20.
and you can't, 20% is bottled up and you can't get it out,
all prices
makes
go
all
up.
Other oil worth more, and the price goes up.
It's not hard to understand.
Because the demand hasn't changed. Yeah. The demand for oil and gas is still the same. The supply is less. That's Econ 101.
Right.
So that's why the price is going up.
The text you just read is verbatim of what Donald Trump said.
Right, and he's lying to you like he lies about everything.
He's lying to you,
of course.
exactly.
Yeah, but
so
if you want to believe him, be my guest.
You can parrot it back to us.
Yeah, it doesn't make it true.
No.
By any stretch. And the price of oil in the United States is up 20%. And we aren't affected. You're right. Then why did West Texas crude go up 20% if we're not affected by the
Goodness
strait?
gracious.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's because all the people in Texas decided to gouge you. Nope. It's a globally traded
do some
commodity.
homework, do some research.
It's like gold.
It's not that hard.
Gold is a globally traded commodity.
Gold is down, too, by the way.
Yeah, but if you had gold in Turkey, gold in Japan, or gold in the United States, they'll tell you at the same damn price. It's gold. Yeah. Check the headlines on the way. And, oh, my goodness. Do you know Chandler City Councilman O.D. Harris? Because you should. This man is a fireball, and he's a little fired up over a Phoenix cop coming into his community and trying to start a fight. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
In a time of war, a notable shift in American civic duty. By December, the U.S. will roll out a system that automatically registers men ages 18 to 25 for the military draft. The change, nothing to do with the war in Iran, was signed into law last year, aimed at streamlining a decades-old process that previously required young men to manually sign up.
KTAR is covering the Iran war on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3 FM.
Hey, I want you to use the lawyers that my family uses. Sweet James, accident attorneys. Listen, 25 years, Sweet James has fought for injured accident victims, and they fight to win. They fight to win, and they fight to win, and they fight to win, and they fight for you, and that's what I love about Sweet James. They don't let the insurance companies take advantage of you. And if you've been hurt in an accident, if you have a family member that's been hurt in an accident, and you're like, okay, well, what do we do here? You call Sweet James, all right? They've helped thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona. They're the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. Results, reputation, and they're gonna make sure that these insurance companies respect you and pay you. 1-800-9-MILLION. That is the phone number. 1-800-9-MILLION. SweetJames.com. 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gaydos sent you.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
After 10 days, Artemis 2 is now back on Earth. The pod splashed down just off the coast of San Diego. The crew is now being evaluated by health professionals. Preliminary reports show the astronaut's in good health. Former astronaut and Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly shared how just emotional this moment can be for the crew.
And they should be, right? Incredibly proud of what they've accomplished, the mission. They must be a little bit sad that it's over. You know, I felt that way when I came back from space.
The mission was 10 days. 4 astronauts spent the 10 days in space flying around the moon, capturing images of the dark side of the moon. This all in preparation for a moon landing mission in 2028.
It worked out well. I'm real proud of the civilian investigators at this point.
Civilian investigators in the cold case unit are being credited with finding a 13-year-old girl missing from the Payson area for more than 30 years. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with more.
Gila County Sheriff's Office Captain Jamie Garrett says civilian investigators found now 45-year-old Christina Plant on social media living in another state.
They were able to do the digging around on the social media platforms and the open source platforms, and it freed up my other detectives to actually concentrate on the other major case files.
Plant admitted to running away and said she didn't want to be found. She's now married with 3 children. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A Phoenix police sergeant is under investigation for inciting violence at an anti-ICE student protest at Hamilton High School in Chandler.
A 15-year-old girl who became agitated threw a water towards him, and a few splashes landed on his actual self, and he pressed charges on this 15-year-old girl. He traumatized this young lady.
On Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, Chandler Councilmember Odie Harris is calling for the firing of Sergeant Dustin Mullen, who is on administrative leave. Chandler police say Mullen showed up at this anti-ICE event wearing a mask and a hat and was carrying a loaded gun. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia with a look at your ride home tonight in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway westbound near 40th Street. Phoenix with right lanes blocked due to cleanup from a previous crash on the I-17 southbound at Glendale Avenue. Avondale with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria southbound, approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Well, tonight we're expecting an overnight low of 69 degrees with nice clear skies. Then tomorrow and Sunday, we are going to be in the mid-80s. By Monday, below 80, right around 78 for a high temperature with a 20% chance of some showers. Right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it's 91 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you had a great weekend. We are going to talk economy and has the ceasefire held. It's all happening on the Mike Broomhead Show. Monday morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Did you hear about the story coming out of Chandler? Just a few days ago, a off-duty Phoenix police sergeant showed up armed and with a mask on to a anti-ICE protest at Hamilton High School out in Chandler. And according to Chandler police, attempted to incite a riot.
Yeah, and Chandler council member O.D. Harris joined us in studio and was fired up
That's a good
about
way to put
this. And he doesn't like what this cop did. He didn't like that he went after the kids. And here's what
his district
Chandler council member O.D. Harris had to say to us earlier today.
The man was loaded with a loaded gun with 2 magazines.
Okay.
He was ready for action.
He was
at a kids' protest. A kids' protest.
So how do we know that he was there to instigate and to try and set off one of the kids and have them
try to get someone to assault him,
aggressively hurt him? How do we know that?
It's in the police report. Everyone just read the police report and listen to the show, because clearly this man had intentions. I mean, think about this. Your child is there with your permission to protest. Hey, we don't like what's going on in our government. We want to exercise our First Amendment right. Here comes an agitator whose goal is to literally undermine, to create malice, entrapment. Literally a manufactured chaos, and he came to my city to manufacture chaos to get these kids to respond and get them all riled up and get them going so that way he can have them all arrested according to what law enforcement said.
Did he tell the Chandler police that's what he was there to do?
100%.
So he verbalized that to them. I'm here to be a total pill, and I'm here to get somebody to assault me because I'm on the other side of this argument.
He's 100% going there to do that, and he was explaining it to the law enforcement officer. Now, we know that this officer is super weak. He makes over $300,000 a year. He's a sergeant, so he's an experienced peace officer.
Yeah.
A 15-year-old girl who became agitated threw a water towards him, and a few splashes landed on his actual self.
Okay.
And he pressed charges on this 15-year-old girl.
He did.
He traumatized this young lady, and guess what? From Phoenix to Germany, he actually found out who the officer was because he pressed charges.
Oh, that's why his name came out, because we didn't know.
Yeah.
There's video of this where he's speaking with Chandler PD, like you said. He's literally, it looked to me like Chandler PD approached him and said, dude, what are you doing here?
Chandler police said, dude, what are you doing here? Go somewhere else, man.
They were telling him to go across the street or something.
It literally over 30 minutes. Over 30 minutes to get this guy to comply. And he kept saying, I have friends coming with rifles.
Jeez.
More rifles, more friends coming to this place. He literally was here to incite, and that's why I'm asking for his immediate firing. And I am also asking the city council to ban him from the city of Chandler, and I'm asking every school to ban him from coming on any property within our premises, and I'm actually pushing for a citywide ban so this law enforcement officer cannot come to the city of Chandler and cause chaos again.
Do we know if he lives in Chandler?
Hey, you know what? They keep their records, so listen, you might get kicked out. I'm serving him an eviction notice. You are evicted. You're evicted. I'm the councilman. You're evicted.
I'm just trying to find out more about, his motivation appeared to be not good, to say the least.
Malice.
100%. He wanted. Can you imagine? You got a grown man who's a trained peace officer who's there to actually. His job is to keep the peace. What are they training? I'm asking that Phoenix Council. Why don't they put this item on the agenda and let every resident from the city of Chandler that he terrorized, all those kids he terrorized, and have them come and testify and talk about how he should not be wearing the badge because he's a disgrace to the badge. He needs to be plucked out.
All right, we got O.D. Harris, Chandler council member, fits perfectly on Outspoken with the name of the show. Bruce and Gaydos talking about this Phoenix police officer who headed over to a protest, anti-ICE, there were high school kids there, and he wanted to be an agitator.
Is it Hamilton High?
Hamilton High.
In Chandler. Yeah.
Have you called the Phoenix police chief on this?
Interesting enough, the Phoenix police chief live in Chandler.
Oh, man. All right.
Good news, bad news.
All right, I got a second question.
Good news, bad news.
Did you drive over to his house and walk over him about this?
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
It's your councilman, O.D. Harris.
Right.
Wow.
So any talk with any of the Phoenix police about this?
No, I haven't. I know that he's under investigation right now, and I know that they're going through their professional standards and review. But, geez, how long does this take to figure this out?
Right.
You know, we got a whole city with a councilman who's saying he should be fired, he should be over, and yet they're still investigating.
O.D. Harris, Chandler council member. I'd vote for him in a second.
O.D. for president.
He's an independent, I believe.
Yeah, he is. He ran and won as an independent.
I like his passion. I like that he's fired up. Funny, real quick, when he came in during the break, before we put him on, he looked at us. He goes, I don't know what I'm going to say. So I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that wasn't all planned. By the way, there's an update. Since O.D. was in here about an hour and a half ago, Phoenix Police has issued a statement from Chief Giordano.
Okay.
As law enforcement professionals, we are held to a higher standard of conduct, both in and out of uniform. Our community expects integrity, accountability, and sound judgment from every member of this department, and I expect the same. When we fall short, we must be accountable, and we will not tolerate actions which undermine the trust the community has placed in this department. The incident is under investigation, and that process will soon conclude. The completed investigation report will ultimately come to me for review and action after a thorough and fair assessment of the facts. In the meantime, the employee has been placed on administrative leave. As chief of the Phoenix Police Department, I remain committed to building and maintaining community trust, transparency, and accountability. I'm taking this matter very seriously, and I will communicate my findings publicly as soon as they are made. Matthew Giordano, Chief of Police, Phoenix Police.
Put him on leave, pay him, do the investigation, and then you decide what happened. And I think that's very fair.
Yeah,
very
but
fair.
The chief at least felt the need that he had to come out and say something about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as well he should. Hey, coming up next, are you tipping less because of the war? Or are you just sick of tipping? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you're dealing with painful teeth, if you have broken and missing teeth, you need Aria Dental Implant Center. Go and see my guy, Dr. Joe, best in the business. He has placed more than 20,000 implants. That's incredible. Aria is a local company. They are not corporate, and you're going to like that. Here's why. All these corporate dental implant places have massive overhead. It trickles right down to you. Your price is going to be magnified. When you go with a local company like Aria, you're going to get a way better price. 20 grand less than the corporate places. Yeah, that's it. If you're ready to smile with confidence, enjoy the foods that you love again, schedule your new patient consultation 3D CT scan. Even if Aria is a second opinion, go and see them. Call Aria Dental Implant Center today. You can visit ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Gaydos sent you.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. To better secure the southern border, a new kind of anti-drone technology has been tested and will be deployed, according to two government agencies.
No specific details are being revealed, but a thorough safety assessment of a high-energy laser counter-drone system has been completed, say the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department. They say the review was done after observing demonstrations of the system last month, and it determined that the system does not pose undue risk to passenger aircraft, pilots, navigation equipment, or air traffic control.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's get a traffic check now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Talking Stick Way. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway westbound near 40th Street and Phoenix one last time with the right-hand lanes blocked due from a previous crash on the I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
I talk a lot about moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, was doing something else, just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot, and still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work, get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. The Gila County Cold Case Unit cracked a 3-decade cold case thanks to social media. Find out how it all went down tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch Becky Lynn and me on the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
You know, we've been talking, I think, a lot about tipping culture and kind of how it's gotten out of hand. The idea that we are tipping for things that we never used to have to tip for. It wasn't even an expectation.
Let me give you a quick,
please,
a quick example. You noticed yesterday I was on my phone towards the end of the show. I was trying to order dinner, for my wife and I.
You were doing takeout?
Yeah, we were doing takeout. So it was like a new website. So I went there, right? Picked out what my wife wanted. I picked out what I wanted. Very good website, good food, right? Good. And then at the end, it had already added in a tip.
It automatically added a tip.
Now remember, I'm just going to pick up the food.
Right.
So you can.
Who are you tipping?
No, I'm not tipping anybody.
But no, my point is,
I don't know who I'm tipping.
Am I tipping the chef?
They already added the tip in, and you have to look at it really careful. Right. And so you click other and put a 0 in.
Oh, yeah. So you have to opt out of tipping.
Exactly.
Oh, that's sneaky.
And I've noticed that from a lot of, if I order online, you can opt out of the tipping. No one needs to tip. I don't need to tip anybody if I'm parking my car, getting out of my car. Nobody's bringing me my food. I'm going into the restaurant. I'm taking the food. I'm not tipping.
Who am I tipping? Who's the tip for?
Right.
It's just, you're just charging more.
Yeah, it was like $7 or something. I'm like, no.
Yeah. I got to tell you, I still get guilted into it sometimes.
Don't do it.
I know. I still feel like when you're standing there and they're like looking at you and they do the little thing and I'm like, oh, God.
No, I'm fine.
But I don't know if it's because we've reached the tipping point. Tipping, thank you very much. Here for the rest of the show. Or is it driven by the economy? Are people tipping less? Because guess what? They are. We are tipping less almost across the board. 80% of people, in a new study from the people that do studies, 80% said modern tipping practices are ridiculous, and 44% say they're tipping less than they did last year across the board.
I think food prices are ridiculous, and I think that when people look at it and you're like, wow, I'm paying that for what I'm going to get, I don't know, maybe part of it is I'll tip less, but I'm just not comfortable with it.
Can I tell you the thing that stuck in my head? We had a story a couple of weeks ago about a guy who made an argument about tipping.
Okay.
If you and I go to the same restaurant and you order a juicy steak with all the toppings, and your steak is $60.
Okay.
And I order off the kids menu and I get the nugs.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
Should we be tipping the same?
Well, my price is different than your price.
Why?
Because the steak is more expensive than nugs.
But you're tipping for the service.
Okay.
What was the difference from the person walking from the kitchen to your table, one with a plate of nugs and one with a steak, and setting it down and saying, can I get you anything?
I think you need to eat less nuggets. I think that's what we've learned.
I think you need to eat more nuggets.
Goodness gracious. You know, nuggets are not the best thing for you. Oh, look on the back.
Beg to differ.
Look on the back of the package.
Still here.
Okay, you're still here. I don't know what your gut is like. You know what it's going through on the inside of your body, but
it's delicious.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, we'll see if people continue to not tip.
We appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Thank you very much. We also look through the double paid bulletproof glass. We appreciate everybody on the other side that does all the work, including our DJ over there, Ollie Oxenfree. Thank you for him. Also, the First Lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules, our producer. Don't forget the Pride of Tennessee and recent Hall of Famer. That's Becky Lynn with all the news and information. Getting you home with the traffic. That's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
All right, coming up next, Arizona's Evening News. Bruce, man, you are lucky to have me.
Gaydos, you are so lucky I put up with you.
For the ones who get it done,
Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Golden Crest Metals helps investors understand how physical gold and silver can be held inside qualified retirement accounts without pressure or confusion. Our team brings decades of experience in precious metals and retirement planning with a focus on clear education, straightforward pricing, and a process designed to put clients first. Why do investors choose Golden Crest Metals? Experience, transparency, and a client-first approach. Tune into The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels every Saturday at 2 p.m.
I live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Will is tired of painting year after year. So he called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. We looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
Other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
War with Iran.
With this truce wavering, gas prices in the U.S. now at $4.16 a gallon, up $1.20 since the war began. And U.S. crude oil just under $100 per barrel. With the Strait of Hormuz still largely at a standstill 2 days since the ceasefire was announced.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes, they refer you out for estate planning, they refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Mike Broomhead.
What scares me about any of this, and I hope that the people in my party will at least hear me out on this. Anytime we expand the power of the presidency like this was a major concern during the Obama administration when he was pushing the limits of what a president could do. He was taken to court a number of times. He won a number of them. He lost a number of them. But the expansion of the executive branch should be something we all are very concerned about.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, a missing woman has been found 3 decades later, and you'll never believe how they found her. We're going to find out. Plus, this weekend is Pat's Run. We'll hear about the impact Pat Tillman has had on the Valley 2 decades later. Those stories and more on the way, but right now, let's go to the roads with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Talking Stick Way. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway westbound near 40th Street. And Phoenix again with the right lane blocked due to a crash from earlier still being cleaned up on the I-17 southbound at Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 68 degrees with partly cloudy skies. This weekend expected to cool off a bit. A high of 88 on Saturday, and on Sunday, even cooler, 84 degrees and mostly sunny. Right now in Gold Canyon, 84 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
After 10 days, Artemis 2 is now back on Earth. The pod splashed down just off the coast of San Diego. The crew is now being evaluated by health professionals. Preliminary reports show the astronauts in good health. Former astronaut and Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly shared just how emotional this moment can be for the crew.
And they should be, right? Incredibly proud of what they've accomplished, the mission. They must be a little bit sad that it's over. You know, I felt that way when I came back from space.
The mission was 10 days. 4 astronauts spent those 10 days in space flying around the moon to capture images of the dark side of the moon, and it's all in preparation for a moon landing mission in 2028.
Eyes on Education.
Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed a bill that would have required transparency around school superintendents in the state.
House Bill 2075 would have required all public school districts to disclose superintendent and chief financial officer salaries as public records. In the veto letter, Hobbs explained the bill was denied because other school systems in the state are not held to the same standard of transparency, referencing Arizona's school choice environment and recent conversations regarding accountability in the school voucher program. State Superintendent Tom Horn said the bill being vetoed strips the education system of accountability. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
An elderly man is the first person to die from the heat in Maricopa County this year.
so important to check on others, especially older adults and those living alone. Really, social connection can save lives during extreme heat. It is so important.
It's Courtney Cruzweisner from Maricopa County Public Health who says to beat the heat, the best thing you can do is stay hydrated and stay in an air-conditioned space. Don't rely on fans. The county also recommends you check in on those who are more vulnerable to the heat. A Phoenix police sergeant is under investigation for inciting violence at an anti-ICE student protest at Hamilton High School in Chandler.
A 15-year-old girl who became agitated threw a water towards him, and a few splashes landed on his actual self, and he pressed charges on this 15-year-old girl. He traumatized this young lady.
On Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, Chandler Councilmember O.D. Harris calls for the firing of Sergeant Dustin Mullen, who is on administrative leave. Chandler police say Mullen showed up at the anti-ICE event wearing a mask and a hat and was carrying a loaded gun. As President Trump left for a fundraiser in Charlottesville, Virginia, he provided the press late this afternoon with some insight on the planned peace talks with Iran this weekend. The top priorities tasked to Vice President J.D. Vance and his delegation: get the Strait of Hormuz open again for maritime traffic, and one other non-negotiable.
No nuclear weapon, number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Trump believes Iran's in a state of defeat and expects they will give in to the U.S. demands for a ceasefire. On Wall Street today, the Dow was down 269 points. NASDAQ up 80, S&P down by 8. If you need more money news, just go to the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Christina Plant was 13 when she disappeared from Star Valley, Arizona back in 1994. Nearly 32 years later, she's been found. Thanks to social media and cold case investigators in Gila County, KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel joins us now to give us more on this story. And Heidi, how did investigators in the Gila County Sheriff's Office use social media to crack this case and find Christina?
So the Gila County Sheriff's Office started this cold case unit in 2022. They've got about 20 cases in the cold case unit, and this was the first one that they solved. And they recently hired some civilian investigators. They're kind of the heroes behind this story, and they're paid. And so while the detectives in the Sheriff's Office are working on recent cases, these civilian investigators sort of go through these older cold cases and try and see if they can find some new information and connect some dots. So these civilian investigators use law enforcement databases and social media. I'm not sure exactly how, Joe. I'm not sure if they stumbled upon her profile or found some other people who were related or connected to her, but they eventually found her living in a different state, and then detectives went and tracked her down and talked to her and made contact, and they verified that it's actually her. She's in her 40s now. They asked her, kind of what happened, and she said that she left the country for a little bit. She left the country when she didn't get abducted. She ran away. She didn't want to be found.
Oh, so she was never kidnapped at all.
Yes. And so she left the country with a relative and wouldn't say who, was very careful not to tell law enforcement who that relative was, and then came back and just kind of carried on her life in a different state and seems to be living a happy life here now.
So Terry Hudgens, a former Gila County Sheriff's deputy who initially investigated the disappearance of her, Tina, at the time, said in an interview that he was mystified by all the sudden interest in this case because he said it actually had been resolved shortly after the girl went missing. And he speculating now that somebody just didn't stamp closed on the case. They've known all along what happened. Have you heard about that part?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
And that's what one of the detectives I talked to recently from the Gila County Sheriff's Office said that they had a big database crash in about 2000. So they're missing a bunch of data there. So that might explain why they didn't realize. But so they knew where she was then.
Well, I don't know if they knew where she was, but it seems like what I read recently from this guy, this Hutchins, the sheriff's deputy, that they knew who she even left with.
Okay.
And they'd
this is more of a custody battle than a case of a missing person.
Yes, exactly. And so he said, I didn't know we were even worried about this one anymore. But nonetheless, since they still went after this through social media and these civilian investigators, that's a new thing.
Yes.
That we didn't have all these years ago.
We kind of talked about the new technological advancements that have happened over the last 30 years. And he said, if a 13-year-old went missing now, she wouldn't have made it outside of PACE.
Oh, probably
if
not.
this would have happened, they would have been on it so quick and found her so quick. So just crazy how, advancements in technology are helping to solve old cases.
KTAR news reporter Heidi Hummel with us talking about the case of Christina Plant. You could say it was a kidnapping, a disappearance, a custody battle, any number of different things. But Heidi, you mentioned Christina's now in her mid-40s. Do we know if she has a family and where she's living now?
So the Daily Mail reported that I believe she's living in Springfield, Missouri, and she's married with 3 children. And I think she even works as an investigator now. So
How about that?
Yeah, kind of full circle moment. But she's also asking for her privacy. So, ran away, didn't want to be found, and now she even kind of seems shocked that everyone's retaking an interest in her case that's more than 30 years old.
Well, yeah, because especially if it was a custody battle and she got away, and now she has a perfectly fine life. Happy by all accounts, married, kids, job. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
But I do think it's interesting that they hired the civilians to come in and look at social media, which just goes to show you it's really hard, to hide anymore, which I'm wondering, we've been talking about the Robert Fisher case. Today's the 25-year anniversary of that. He's never been seen.
Yeah.
I just wonder, he made great strides to cover his tracks. I doubt they're going to find him if he's still alive on social media, but you never know.
Get some civilian investigators
on
it.
Get those civilian investigators after it. You never know.
What was the one a few years ago, too? Whitey Bulger? He had fallen off the map for a long time,
Yes.
the infamous mobster.
Yes.
And then he had been living with a woman and then ultimately, was arrested subsequently as well.
That's right. Yeah.
So, you can hide for a while, but it's getting increasingly tougher and tougher.
Yes, it is.
Coming up in just a few minutes, why did ICE move detainees out of overcrowded facilities ahead of congressional oversight visits? An Arizona Mirror reporter is going to join us to explain. Bob Dylan's coming to Phoenix. Want to be there live at Arizona Financial Theater June 23rd. Enter now at the contest page at KTAR.com for your chance at free tickets. KTAR News Time, 6:10.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. Life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're serious about losing weight, now's the time because you can do it for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee when you begin any program. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month for as low as $149. Red Mountain's the leader in medical weight loss with personalized plans tailored to your needs from doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer a wide variety of programs, GLP-1 medications, as well as RM3, the fastest way to lose weight. RM3 helps overcome issues, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance, or any other issue you might be having. Book online appointment today. We'll ship medication directly to your door. Get started for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Use the key phrase Red Mountain. That's pound 250, key phrase Red Mountain.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Alan Johnson right here on KTAR, 12 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Alan is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Alan's insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m.
Business moves fast. Stay ahead with Greater Phoenix Chamber. Connect with influential leaders, strengthen your voice on public policy, and grow your impact across our region. Join today at phoenixchamber.com/join.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. The latest government numbers show your prices jumped by a lot. We're going to go over it on a Money Monday. That's Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. And be sure you catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
Congress members made visits to ICE facilities, but only after ICE moved some detainees out of that facility. We're going to find out why they did that. That's coming up right now. Time for a traffic check. Let's go get that Friday ride going with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash blocking the HOV lane on State Route 51 southbound at Greenway Road. Phoenix again crashed on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Camelback Road. And Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Talking Stick Way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 68 degrees with partly cloudy skies. Saturday should cool off a bit. Expect sunny and 88 degrees. And then on Sunday, mostly sunny with a high around 84. Right now in Litchfield Park, 86 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. KTAR has been covering migrant detention center news around the valley, whether it be the new facility in the works in Surprise or talking with Democratic representatives visiting detention centers around the state. Our reporters, Bellen Overstolz and Heidi Hommel, have both joined us on the show to talk about that, Becky Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a report today in the Arizona Mirror, and I know KTAR's Kevin Stone, who works at KTAR.com with us, wrote about this a little bit as well.
Yes, we have a rather lengthy story on this on KTAR.com. I saw that earlier.
So this reporter, Jared McDonald Avoy, who works at the Arizona Mirror, focused on how an immigration and customs enforcement holding facility in Mesa, which is built to house up to 157 detainees, was allegedly holding almost 800 near the end of January. And he joins us now to talk with us about this story. Good evening, Jared. And how'd you come to learn this temporary facility in Mesa was housing so many detainees, more than what's supposed to be there?
Good evening, and thank you for having me on. Yeah, the reporting was done through looking at publicly available records that have been released through FOIA requests, specifically to attorneys that are through the UCLA. There's a group called the Deportation Data Project, and they have an ongoing FOIA lawsuit with ICE that every once in a while they get these releases from ICE on detention numbers that includes length of stay, the number of different types of people, whether that be children, women, and other statistical information, even including other granular data like how many people are convicted criminals versus not. And they've been suing ICE for the past few years for this data. They recently released a new set of data that has data for the past few months of this year, from January to March. I went in and analyzed that data and looked at when the past few months of this particular facility out in Mesa, and found that it has been largely overcrowded and overcapacity.
So I believe that it was Congressman Greg Stanton and Adelita Grijalva, those two persons went down there to take a look at this facility. And I believe there was like 157 people there, which is what it's supposed to be.
That's the max.
That's the max. But you found, due to your sleuthing there in all the data, that prior to their visit this week, there were way more than that being housed there, correct?
So it was actually Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari, and back in February, Ansari and Stanton visited the facility. They had to give a 7-day notice ahead of their visit. And what I found the data was that 7 days before their visit, there was a larger number of detainees at the facility. That number began to drop until the day of their visit. It was actually the number, the daily population at the facility that day was below the 157 threshold. It actually reached some of the lowest numbers that the facility had seen all year. Around 88 people was the daily population that day and the day after. Before that, the numbers were much higher. Towards the end and mid-January, numbers were reaching daily population 800, 600, and 300 respectively. What I found in the data too is that on average this year so far, there have been on average 270 people there a day at a facility that is meant to hold 157 people.
Is it illegal for more than 157 people to be housed there? Is there any rule on that, or is it just a guideline?
Like that's what they have the capacity for, beds or whatever.
So before I came on this call, Stanton, Adelita Grijalva, who went there yesterday during a surprise visit, as well as Congresswoman Ansari, actually issued a demand letter to Department of Homeland Security, asking them some of these questions and demanding that they answer them. Specifically, they're curious how this relates to fire codes and what their rationale is on how having that many people can work with local fire codes and state health codes, because there isn't a lot of understanding on how a federal agency can do that and how that might interact. And also they're claiming in their letter that ICE is violating its own internal policies in regards to how it treats detainees.
I was looking at our story on KTAR.com, and it's specifically about that surprise visit from last night that did have Stanton and Grijalva and Ansari. And one of the things that Stanton said that he saw were people laying some of the detainees side by side on concrete floors, and that more were being bussed in. And one of the representatives, I think it was Grijalva, said that people were asking, some of the women were asking just for items like sanitary pads and things like that they weren't getting baths, they weren't being given any kind of health care items. And so that was, they said there were like 280 people there when 157 is the max.
Jared, your reporting also mentioned that there's no showers, beds, or on-site medical care there, correct?
Correct. Past audits of this facility that we are kind of how we have gotten information on this facility. There have been audits that the federal government has required in the past. One was, I believe, in 2017. Another one was in, I believe, 2022. Those are the last audits that we're aware of. Those audits were conducted by third parties, and those audits said that this facility had the last one that mentioned a shower said there was one shower, but it was shared and it was not within the units, and that there were no beds, and that oftentimes blankets had to be asked for, and there were communal restrooms. The lawmakers yesterday said that when they went in, it was all concrete. That where everyone was laying, it's just kind of a concrete bench, similar to like a drunk tank at a jail, a county jail, like a holding facility, and that people were like laying almost on top of each other and next to each other on the floor in the facility. About 40 people to 50 people per room, and above the rooms was listed the max occupancy on these rooms, and that was around 21 to 24 people.
And this is interesting, too, because as you mentioned, a lot of the people seemed to disappear before the Congress people arrived to take a look around. And then last night, it was a surprise visit. But as I understand it, the detainees are only supposed to be here for like 12 hours. But some are saying they've been there 18 days. 36 hours or something like that as well. So if 12 hours is all you're supposed to be there, and somebody says they've been there for 18 days, that is not a place that you don't want to have beds and showers and places to go to the bathroom.
Correct. ICE has contended that this is a facility that is meant to hold people for 12 hours or less. It's supposed to be a staging facility, kind of similar to like an airport terminal. People come in, they go, and they get on their flight to another facility or to be deported. However, when I've looked at the data that has been released by ICE itself through these FOIA lawsuits and analyzed it because each part of the data you can find an individual person and track how long they stayed at the facility. I found individuals who stayed at the facility for 18 days. Last year, in last year's data set, I was able to find people who stayed at the facility for up to 44 days. There are people on average, the average time that people stayed there last year was about half a day. That has now increased in the last 3 months to about 36 hours on average people are staying. One of the supervisors at ICE told the lawmakers yesterday that it is more a, quote, 72-hour facility. However, in an official statement I got from ICE this week, they called it a 12-hour facility. So there is some confusion on how this facility is being treated in regards to how long detainees are supposed to be staying. But the data is showing that people are staying for longer and in larger numbers.
Jared McDonald, Evoy, reporter with the Arizona Mirror, joins us right now. And you received some of your data from a group called the Deportation Data Project. And you mentioned just now that you had heard from ICE and DHS. What else did they say when you reached out to them for a comment on this story?
Are they going to try to make changes?
Well, the DHS said that the Deportation Data Project data is inaccurate, despite the fact that this data does come from ICE itself through FOIA lawsuits. They did say also that this facility is meant to house people for 12 hours or shorter, and they also did say that when members of Congress do come for oversight visits, that they schedule those visits for times of, quote, low operation times. So they somewhat admitted that they try to have members of Congress and have these oversight visits and also VIP visits happen when there are less people at the facility. They didn't quite say that, they're purposely moving people around in the ways that have been claimed, but there is also other context at times when lawmakers have shown up in other states like in Maryland and in Minnesota and California, where they've shown up to facilities where there are no detainees at all when they show up for an oversight visit.
Interesting.
Jared McDonald, Evoy, reporter with the Arizona Mirror. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate your reporting. You can see more of that at azmirror.com, and his story titled, "A Surprise Inspection Finds ICE Stuffing Migrants Like Sardines into a Facility with No Beds and Showers." That from today. And Becky Lynn, you mentioned it. Our own Kevin Stone has more on that as well at KTAR.com. And seems like, we've heard reporting on a number of these facilities where, whether it's Congressman Stanton, Congresswoman Ansari, Congresswoman Grijalva, they're all saying that they're hearing from specific detainees when they go to these facilities. Some, complaining of, we mentioned about the gentleman who had the toothache, became sepsis,
that's right,
passed
who
away.
Died. Yes.
There's concerns about that facility in Surprise, and this seems to be a rather glaring report of, if we're talking about a 12-hour facility, to not have showers, not have beds. And, okay, if it is a 72-hour facility, then I would say there should be showers and should be beds. And you can't have people stacked on top of each other like sardines.
If it were 12 hours, I could see you would have a place to sit at the most, and then you're going to move on somewhere else.
More like what you think of like the drunk tank.
Exactly, like Jared was mentioning. But anytime that you're going to be there more than 24 hours, you need a place to lay down.
That's your own.
That's your own. Yeah. And, a shower would not hurt either. Well, coming up, are you ready to feel the movie? Feel the movie that you're watching in theaters. We're going to learn about the 4D experience that's coming to the Valley. Less than 5 minutes away from that story, and traffic again as well. KTAR News time now is 6:26.
War with Iran.
In a time of war, a notable shift in American civic duty. By December, the U.S. will roll out a system that automatically registers men ages 18 to 25 for the military draft. The change, nothing to do with the war in Iran, was signed into law last year, aimed at streamlining a decades-old process that previously required young men to manually sign up.
KTAR is covering the Iran war on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3 FM.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Summer is close, but April is a great time to get started on your new presidential pool. For a limited time, get $500 cash back and zero closing costs when you finance your new pool now through April 30th, 2026. Come on out to the Design Center in Gilbert. You can check out the latest in lighting, automation, and outdoor living features. See why Presidential Pools is Arizona's largest pool builder. Dive in today at presidentialpools.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Friday evening. It's 6:31. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
how social media helped solve a decades-old cold case. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also, the governor shares her concern over the ICE facility in Surprise. Those stories coming up, but right now, we're going to check on the roads. It's Friday night. We're going to get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with an animal spotted near the roadway. I-17 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Phoenix crash blocking the HOV lane. State Route 51 southbound near Greenway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Thank you so much, Enrique. Tonight's low, 68 degrees. This weekend should be about 88 and sunny on Saturday, 84 mostly sunny on Sunday. It's a nice little cool-off in store for us. Right now,
looking forward to that.
Oh, no doubt. Right now in Mesa, 86 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Well, it was just about an hour and a half ago that Artemis 2 splashed down. The mission sent 4 astronauts into space for 10 days to circle the moon to capture images of the dark side of the moon. And the re-entry went well.
This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
I will say they're back on Earth, and while they splashed down an hour and a half ago, they are still in the capsule floating in the ocean because it takes a little while for the medical experts to go in and check out all their vital signs, and then they have to reorient themselves back to Earth. So that takes a little while. And they usually have to be carried out of the capsule, so they're still awaiting.
Yeah, there's some rescue boats there,
Yep.
and there's I'd call them like 5 kind of red balloons on the top of the pod that I assume when it splashes down, pull it back up.
Yeah, because it did come back out of the water quickly, thank goodness.
But imagine that. You come crashing down, you hit the water,
yes,
and then you bob there for an hour and a half.
Right.
Who's got the Dramamine?
Exactly. The medical experts that went in to check on them, I'm sure. This is in preparation, by the way, for a moon landing in 2028.
Pretty much vanished. We didn't really have any idea where she had gone.
We're learning more about how the Gila County Sheriff's Office solved a 3-decades-old missing persons case.
13-year-old Christina Plant disappeared from Star Valley in 1994. Chief Deputy Jim Lottie says civilian investigators in the cold case unit found the now 45-year-old on social media.
And using social media, public records requests, and then some law enforcement databases, we were able to track down who we believed may be this person living in another state now.
Plant told police she ran away and didn't want to be found. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Efforts by the Department of Homeland Security to convert warehouses in Arizona and across the country into migrant detention facilities continue to face backlash. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos that she shares the concerns of Surprise residents about the more than 400,000 square foot facility that was recently purchased in their city by DHS.
Infrastructure concerns. I mean, this is a warehouse. I don't know how many toilets are in a warehouse, but you need a lot of toilets if you're housing the thousands of people they're saying they're going to house.
She says there are very limited options for state government to intervene here. You can hear the entire interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. The Valley has its first heat-related death this year, and it involves an elderly man.
Most deaths occur, unfortunately, in high-risk populations, including older adults, young children, and especially people with chronic health conditions, like heart disease, kidney disease, or diabetes. And certain medications can also contribute to heat-related illness.
That's Courtney Cruz-Weisner from Maricopa County's Public Health Department. She says it's important for people to talk to their health care provider, understand their risks, and make a plan to stay safe. In sports, the Diamondbacks are in Philadelphia taking on the Phillies right now. In fact, that game just ended. Diamondbacks won it 5-4. The Phoenix Suns are in L.A. for a matchup with the Lakers. That game you can hear right now on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Tip-off at 7:30. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Be introducing something called 4D Sensory Immersive Movie-Going Experiences at 3 Arizona locations in the Valley, Becky Lynn. 3 additional ones are going to be announced soon. And joining us right now from Harkins is their VP of Marketing, Jessica Reeves. Jessica, thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Oh, doing great. Thanks for having us today.
Tell us about 4D. What are moviegoers going to be in for in August?
Exciting.
It really is. I had an opportunity to experience this a couple of months ago and saw a little bit of Avatar in 4D, and it was really, really exciting. So Harkins is bringing the first 4D experience to Arizona, at our Norterra location in North Phoenix. And it's a really immersive experience. You know, in addition to the wonderful sound and screen that you're used to getting at Harkins, it's going to be very immersive, where there's wind coming at you, scents, movement in the seats, all sorts of fun things to make it truly immersive.
I have a question for you about how this is going to happen. Well, first of all, since it's 4D, are the movies themselves in 3D, and then this is the fourth layer?
That really is, yeah. Ideally, it's going to be a movie that's in 3D, and then the experience that you're having is that 4D element.
And is it's with Harkins. It's not necessarily with the movie companies. You're taking the movies and bumping them up a level.
Absolutely. We have partnered with Luma 4D eMotion to bring this experience to Arizona. So they have the seats, all of the wonderful different immersion elements, and then we're putting that in our Norterra location.
Jessica Reeves, VP of Marketing at Harkins, joins us right now talking about this exciting 4D experience that's going to be coming to Harkins in August. You mentioned the Norterra location. Where are the other two?
We have not yet announced the other two, but people can check back on our social pages or our website, and we'll be announcing those soon.
So let me ask you, is this anything at all kind of like the Bugs Life exhibit or ride or experience they used to have at Disneyland?
I mean, in the general idea, it is similar to that, but enhanced in a greater way, right? We have the motion seats, which are very unique. So, you know, they're very subtle throughout the movie. And then maybe if there's a big action scene, you're going to get a little bit more of a movement in that seat. And again, we have the scents that come in, a little water, you know, kind of picture you're jumping into the ocean and you smell the ocean air, and then you feel a little bit of the water come on you, and then the little bump that happens when you jump into the ocean.
So like you just mentioned, Jessica, wind movement, scents, air, water, environmental cues. It's kind of like being at the Sphere in Vegas is what it kind of sounds like, too.
That's very, very cool. You know, like I said, when I got to do it with Avatar, all of those experiences happened. And we have a great slate of movies that are planned for this as we open in August, including Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping, Jumanji 3, Resident Evil, and then, of course, Avengers.
And I see Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone on there. One of my personal faves.
Same here. Big Harry Potter fan. So I have not got to experience that in 4D yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Is there anyone who you don't recommend this experience for?
You know, there will be some restrictions that people should keep in mind that they'll be able to check out on our website. You know, maybe if you have severe back problems or pregnant, we do want it to be one person per seat. But we're going to have all of that listed just to make sure people are really comfortable with the experience.
I like the idea, though. I mean, when I was mentioning the Bugs Life thing at Disneyland, that was a kid's movie, a family movie, and it's fun. I love that movie. But these movies are, I mean, the ones you mentioned, Hunger Games and Jumanji 3, Avengers, Doomsday, Resident Evil. There's some horror movies in there. There's some, you know, movies that we would just go see whether it was 4D or not. And we might go on a date night.
We would. You know, it's a really exciting slate of movies that we have coming up throughout the year. You know, we just came off of Project Hail Mary with Ryan Gosling that everybody, I think, has seen and is going to continue to see. And then we come into some really great ones. You know, the second Devil Wears Prada comes out in May, and from there it just really takes off through the end of the year.
Wow.
So Harkins will be partnering with Luma 4D eMotion, the Harkins 4D experience. It's going to incorporate full sensory engaging effects. We mentioned wind movement, scents, air, water, environmental cues. It's going to be very cool. It's all coming in August.
Can't wait. I want to see this. I want to experience it. I love it. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jessica Reeves, VP of Marketing. Hope you have a great evening. Thank you so much.
Coming up moments ago, 4 astronauts returned to Earth. They are coming out of the capsule now. What did they accomplish in their days in space? We're less than 5 minutes away from that story, and another traffic check coming your way, too. KTAR News Time is 6:41.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. and get ready for the workday.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hope you had a great weekend. We are going to talk economy and has the ceasefire held. This is all happening on the Mike Broomhead Show. Monday morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
6:45. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn. And Becky Lynn, we've been following it the last 90 minutes or so. The capsule carrying the Artemis 2 crew returned to Earth just over, like I said, just over an hour ago. All 4 on board landed in the Pacific Ocean with NASA celebrating the crew's return. And here's what it sounded like.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
And more from NASA on that splashdown.
This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly joined CNN this evening with Anderson Cooper to share his thoughts on the splashdown and his emotions when he returned from space years ago.
And they should be, right? Incredibly proud of what they've accomplished, the mission. They must be a little bit sad that it's over. You know, I felt that way when I came back from space.
They're out of the capsule now, and we're still watching it on television. And, of course, you know, some health things they have to go through. Joe, why do we get so captivated by things like this on radio and TV?
Oh, gosh. I just think it's because it's historic. You don't see things like this every day.
And brave and courageous and literally out of this world.
I mean, this crew, Artemis 2, went further than any crew has ever went from Earth. And they went out around the moon, came back, and is it 2 years from now?
Yeah, 2028.
That they're going to go back
another
on
landing.
the moon?
Yeah.
I know ASU is going to play a role in that
They
as
are.
well. It always gets me a little bit choked up to see him take off, see him splash
sure.
down. I get the same way, though, if I watch like a triathlon on TV, because I think like, wow, that woman, that guy, they really push themselves to the limit. They're swimming, biking, running. It's just
and
it's
these people
incredible accomplishments.
It is. They had to put trust and faith in other humans who are also all very smart and figured out the splashdown to the moment. That's what I was just absolutely flabbergasted about. And they're going out there into space, and they're on their own while they're out there. And so, yeah, it's just the bravery and the courageousness that they exude.
We've talked about some of the stories from companies that are looking at like space flight for just average everyday people. Now, the price it's a big price tag. It's like 6 figures.
Oh, yeah.
To make it happen, but they
Or
would
more.
open it up to everybody. But if you had the money and you could do something like that, would you want to go up and see the moon?
I used to always say that I did and I would. I think twice about it now, but maybe. I'm going to give a definite maybe. How about that?
A firm maybe.
I'll tell you what else is a little bit risky. Getting home on the Valley freeways at night. Let's check traffic. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Let's get you a look on what to look forward to tonight. Phoenix with an animal spotted near the roadway, I-17 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 24th Street, Phoenix. A crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound near Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low should be in the upper 60s around most of the valley this weekend. 88 and sunny on Saturday and a high near 94. Mostly sunny skies on Sunday as well. Right now, 85 in Tempe. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Ever wanted to own a Picasso, but you want to pay the high price? Well, you might be in luck. We'll tell you more about that coming up in just about 5 minutes.
Experience The Ramsey Show live at the Mesa Arts Center with Rachel Cruz, Ken Coleman, and Jade Warshaw, April 21st. Enter to win your tickets and a Ramsey prize pack. Now on the contest page at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:49.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible. And you can benefit, too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank.
In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Was the Masters exciting? Is the NFL in the crosshairs of the DOJ? And could the Suns make the playoffs by having to play first? You know what? We'll find out. Monday morning, 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
A little bit of sports news coming up Monday with Jim and LaDonna on Arizona's Morning News. Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Here's a story we wanted to bring you tonight. Are you feeling lucky enough to win a Picasso?
A raffle in France is offering the chance to win a portrait by Pablo Picasso for the price of a €100 or $117 ticket. Proceeds go to the Alzheimer Research Foundation. The draw is Tuesday at Christie's Auction House in Paris. The portrait is titled Head of a Woman, painted by Picasso in 1941. From the proceeds, €1 million will be paid to an art dealership that owns the painting. Organizers say the two previous Picasso raffles raised more than €10 million for cultural work in Lebanon and water and hygiene programs in Africa.
That was ABC's Chuck Severtson. Want to do a little news volley tonight, Joe?
I can do that
All
for
right.
you here. So the Maricopa County Health Department, you mentioned this, confirmed the first heat-related death of the 2026 season this year.
Yeah, and it's not, it was hot, and now it's not been so hot, and now we get the heat death.
All right.
Interesting.
So the person is identified as a man. No additional details, including date, time, or location, are going to be released to protect their privacy. Becky Lynn, obviously it's sad. Anytime anyone passes away in the valley, especially due to the heat. But I want to know, how hot is too hot for you, indoors and outdoors?
Too hot.
What's your breaking point where you're just like, okay, this is like if you were sitting at home. And it was a hot summer day. What do you dial the air down to?
Okay, I don't make it too cold. I'm not one of the 60s persons, but I'm gonna back it off to the mid to upper 70s.
Okay.
Once it starts creeping up to the low to mid 80s, I'm going, okay, no, that's enough. Too hot.
Because I know
you keep it at 90.
Like 84.
I don't even know what's wrong with you.
One of my roommates is fine with it. The other has started screaming and yelling. So we've reached a compromise in the house to go to 78.
That's about where I keep mine, about 78. And sometimes I have to back it on down. But okay, one more quick one here. The long-delayed opening of Arizona's biggest resort looks to be extended again. The $1 billion Vi Resort in Glendale, which was supposed to have opened in 2023 before it faced several delays. And last year, officials removed any mention of an opening date from the Vi website, saying that would be announced 9 months in advance. Well, here we are coming up, the end of 2026, less than 9 months away. Looks like it may go another year without any guests. Joe, first of all, do you think it's ever going to open? And what are you most looking forward to? Because they're going to have 4 hotel towers, amphitheater, that Mattel Adventure Park. What's the most exciting thing about the Vi Resort?
It's like the Tillman Bridge near the Hoover Dam. It took so long to build, and that project just kept going and going. I do think eventually it will open, hopefully 2027. And I'm most looking forward to the concert venue because I've heard very cool things about it. I'm not an adventure park guy. Roller coasters are not my thing. I love Disney.
Yeah.
I like Universal Studios, but I don't like, It's a Small World, Mr. Toad's
Is that
Wild
that's
Ride.
more your speed? Okay.
My limit is about the Country Bears ride at Disney or Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay, all right. Well,
more than that, and I'm going to get a little motion sick
so
on
you know this is Mattel Adventure Park, so you might be okay on some
but
of these
I've
rides.
seen a roller coaster driving by, Becky Lynn. I've seen the track.
I'm on it. I'm just going to tell you. Coming up Monday on Arizona's Morning News, AI is taking over the world. Could it be changing the way kids choose their college major? Shira Tanzer will explain how much AI is impacting what students are choosing to study. You'll be able to see that right here on KTAR on Monday morning. So you can watch on KTAR's YouTube channel or the app between 5 and 8 a.m.
And do you have a good news story to send us home this weekend?
I personally thought the roller coaster in the Mattel Adventure Park was a good news story.
Flipping upside down is not good news. Trust me.
Okay, I do. This is an interesting story that I found, and I want to leave you with this one tonight. It's an interesting way to help stave off dementia. Dinner. Right.
Okay.
Research from the Tokyo Institute of Science finds cooking at home at least once a week is good for your brain, and it could reduce the risk of dementia by 30%
once a week
for adults who are 65 and older. Yeah, just cooking dinner. The study says not only will your own dinner probably be healthier than what you might get dining out, but it's planning out the meals and prepping the ingredients that help stimulate the brain. Now, if you go, oh, I don't cook, even better, because if you are having to learn some new skills, it makes your risk for dementia even lower. So once a week at the minimum, you need to be cooking dinner at home.
Well, that tells me just keep learning, too.
And keep learning. That's right.
Keep reading, keep learning, stay active, stay busy.
But see, this way you get to learn and then you get to eat it after. So
there you go.
You know, 2 good things.
Make a tasty meal.
That's right.
Something delicious.
Absolutely.
The Chad Benson Show is going to be coming up right after us, after the latest national headlines and more news always on KTAR.com, on our app, and on the KTAR